Councillors, please stand. Almighty God, we the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask you that you guide us in these decisions we make today. Amen. We acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay our respect excuse me, to elders past and present. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open, and I remind all councillors of your obligations declared to declare prescribed and or declarable conflicts of interest where relevant, and the requirement of such to remove yourself from the council meeting for debate and voting where applicable. Are there any apologies? Councillor Landers.
Mr Chair, I advise that Councillor Cunningham and Councillor Owen will be absent today, and I move that they be granted a leave of absence from the meeting. Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Hutton, that the councillors Cunningham and Owen be granted a leave of absence from today's meeting. All those in favour, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Those against, please say no and raise your hand. Thank you. The ayes have it. Are there any further apologies? Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, just move that Councillor Cumming be granted a leave of absence for today's meeting.
May I please have a seconder?
Yes.
Councillor Strunk.
Second.
It's been moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Strunk, that Councillor Cumming be granted a leave of absence from today's meeting. All those in favour, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
And those against, please say no and raise your hand. The ayes have it. The ayes have it on all three apologies. Councillors, the confirmation of minutes, please. Councillor Landers.
Mr Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,652 ordinary, 4,653 budget and 4,654 special meetings held on Tuesday, 15th of June 2021, Wednesday, 16th of June 2021, and Thursday, 24th of June 2021, respectively, be received, taken as read and confirmed.
It's been moved by Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Hutton, to the minutes of the 4,652nd ordinary, 4,653rd budget and 4,654th special meetings held on Tuesday, the 15th of June 2021, Wednesday, the 16th of June 2021, and Thursday, the 24th of June 2021, respectively, be received, taken as read and confirmed. All those in favour, please say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
And those against, please say no and raise your hand. The ayes have it. Councillors, disappointingly, due to the restrictions, the programmed public speaker has had to be postponed, but he will return in the future, and we should all look forward to hearing from him. As a result, we will move now to question time. Are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or any of the Civic Cabinet? Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, as we've all heard, Brisbane has officially won the hosting rights of the Olympics and Paralympic Games in 2032. Can you outline for the Chamber the journey to this announcement and outline how this event will transform Brisbane for decades to come?
The Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and through you, thank you to Councillor Hutton for the question. Well, obviously, there's been a lot of discussion in this place in the past and in the community and in the media about the Olympics. And I don't want to touch on what's already been said, but this meeting is a momentous meeting because it is the first meeting since Brisbane became an Olympic city. And I think the best thing for me to do and for all of us to do is reflect on and thank the many people who are involved in the team effort to make this possible. They say, there's a saying, success has many fathers, failure is an orphan. And in this case, there are many fathers and mothers of the success. And so I wanted to go through and actually acknowledge a lot of the people that have been involved. Now, we know where this started, where the current bid started, and that was 6 years ago with the chair of ComSec, Graham Quirk, former Lord Mayor of Brisbane, and his Lord Mayoral and mayoral colleagues across southeast Queensland. The mayors made a big punt. They took a big punt and At the time, there were a lot of people who laughed at them and said that they were dreaming, but they persisted, but also they invested across the councils a significant amount of money to do the groundwork. I also want to acknowledge Sally Ann Atkinson as well, because she really helped light the Olympic flame in Brisbane. And we had an unsuccessful bid in Barcelona, but that flame has stayed alight. And I want to acknowledge Sally Ann in particular for her bold ambition in making the first bid and the first pitch. And we were very pleased to be able to take Ann from Graham Quirk, from my mayoral colleagues in South East Queensland, and take that baton forward and run with it. I also want to thank the current cohort of mayors from South East Queensland, because there have been some changes over the years, over the past 6 years. And so it's required not only the mayors that started this 6 years ago to support it, but the new crop of mayors to support it as well. And they have done that, and it's been great. I've been grateful for that. I want to thank Scott Smith and the team at ComSec, who have done an incredible amount of work behind the scenes to make this possible. John Coates in particular, look, we all know the effort that John Coates has put into doing work on this behind the scene, working with us, advising us, and also the AOC. I want to thank the council officers from the CEO down who have been involved in this bid. There's been a small but dedicated team of council officers led by the CEO who have been burning the midnight oil, making sure that we work with the other levels of government and that all of the issues relating to the bid are resolved and talked through. And there was a credible amount of work done behind the scenes at all hours of the day and night. I did want to point out one day we saw Colin come into work unshaven, and that is just not a thing that happens. And it indicates that he'd literally not been home that night because he was working on the Olympics. The team that's been involved at the federal government level and the state government level. First of all, the Prime Minister for having the faith in Brisbane and backing us with the support of the federal government, the Federal Minister for Sport, Richard Colbeck, all of the federal MPs from South East Queensland, and there are so many that have been supportive, the federal government officials, and also I want to thank the Premier and her team, Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk, Minister Sterling Hinchliffe, the state officials that have been involved in working with council and federal officials to make all of this happen, the countless advocacy groups who have supported us, the Courier Mail, the Sunday Mail, and the major media outlets that have been so positive about this and getting the word out about the benefits. This was genuinely a team effort. It really was. This was Team Brisbane, Team Queensland, Team Australia coming together in a way that we have really never seen before. And one of the best things about this, and there's many positive things about the Olympics, is the way that it is brought together 3 levels of government. Now, that is difficult at the best of times. You only have to open the paper or watch the news every day, and you will see conflict happening between different levels of government, different political leaders, different parties. It is sadly the nature of politics. But this opportunity for Brisbane 2032 has the ability to continue to get our political leaders at all 3 levels of government working together to the same aim. Doesn't mean they'll always agree, but the level of cooperation I have never seen before. And I particularly want to thank my state and federal colleagues for the way in which they've approached this relationship, working with councils, working across the different levels of government to achieve a common aim.
Lord Mayor, your time has expired. Are there any further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, these necessary lockdowns that we're facing at the moment impact people in many different ways. For small businesses, particularly across our suburbs, it's extremely tough. The rent must be paid, the fees and charges still come in, but the cash flow has all but dried up. So today, Labor is calling for Council to introduce a new small business support package to help our community through this tough time. So, Lord Mayor, will you support this call and introduce a new fee relief package for small businesses in Brisbane that are struggling through this lockdown?
The Lord Mayor.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Cassidy, through you, Mr. Chair. Well, look, it's quite interesting that you're choosing today and right now to raise this issue, because Before I go on to answer your question, I need to provide some background and context into what support has been provided to this point in time, both by council and by the other levels of government, and then what we're going to do going forward and what the approach is. Now, when all of this started in March last year, when things started getting really serious and we had the first lockdown, council moved incredibly quickly. We moved to step in and provide fee relief support for businesses, and we actually led the way. And we saw the federal government step in with things like JobKeeper. The state government literally did nothing. They did absolutely nothing to support business. And it has been all of this time between 2020 and 2021 that the state government has finally decided to step in and support business with any kind of serious support and funding. There have been businesses crying out for this help for literally over 12 months. And that support and that cry has fallen on deaf ears. And so what we've seen here, which I have no doubt has motivated Councillor Cassidy's question, is the Treasurer coming out yesterday offering a new package of support, really the first type of support that has been provided to business by the state government of any substantial nature. And then, unfortunately, the Treasurer couldn't help but have a crack at local councils. And the Treasurer basically suggested that councils needed to do more because the state and federal government had been into deficit, probably go into deficit as well. I mean, really, this is quite extraordinary that the Treasurer of a state like Queensland is envious of the balance sheet and financial management of a local council. But that's what we see here. We see the Treasurer being fixated on the strong financial position that Brisbane is in, looking at his own books, which are diabolical, and being envious of the Brisbane City Council balance sheet. But I can tell you, Councillor Cassidy, through you, Mr. Chair, that balance sheet is only strong because of responsible financial management over a long period of time, and we intend to keep it strong. And we will do that by offering targeted support where we can, but also acknowledging that local government only collects 3% of taxation across the nation. The other taxation, the vast majority, is collected by state and federal governments. And so they should rightly be stepping up and supporting our community and business in their time of need. We have done so.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. I've been listening very intently. These are very well rehearsed media statements that the Lord Mayor made today. But the question was about, it is on relevance, the question was about introducing a new fee support package as of today. That's what we want to know.
Thank you. Lord Mayor, can I please draw you back to the role of council in supporting small business, please? Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was talking about the support that we had provided previous. Now, one thing that Councillor Cassidy and his colleagues failed to acknowledge is that the previous support that was provided was funded through initiatives that Councillor Cassidy and his colleagues opposed. It was funded by a pause on curbside collection, and it was funded by a pay freeze or a deferral of any pay rises for all of council. And so those two things funded the support package. Those two things were opposed by Labor. Now, this is the dilemma here. Labor councillors want to spend more money.
Advertising.
They don't want to actually wind back any expenses. And this is why the state government has got themselves into so much trouble.
Advertising.
It is why they are in so much trouble. Now, the fascinating thing is, it's quite clear that opposition councillors think there's some kind of magic pudding here where you can just spend, and not worry about tomorrow, not worry about the finances. The reality is the thing that will get local business out of this situation, and I can guarantee that this is the most important thing that will make a difference, is getting this lockdown under control, getting this breakout under control so that we can all get back to normal as quickly as possible. That is the thing that will make a difference. Now, governments can throw money around. They can provide. They can take borrowings and throw money at a problem. But in the end, the only sustainable way of supporting local businesses and getting them out of this situation is to get the breakout under control and end the lockdown. Now, the sooner that happens, the better. So we need more things like testing sites in our community. And I know our councillors are advocating for this. Our federal members are advocating for this. People shouldn't have to queue up for hours just for the simple task of getting a COVID test. They're trying to do the right thing here.
Lord Mayor, your time has expired. Are there any further questions? Councillor
Point of
Hammond.
order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, thanks. I move suspension of standing orders to enable me to move an urgency motion, which I've just sent through.
Thank you. I'll just wait for an acknowledgement. Also, do you have a seconder, please?
Seconded.
Councillor Cook. All right, that will be, we're just hanging on it. Could you just push send receive, please?
Me?
It's arrived. Well, either, really. It's arrived. Councillor Cassidy, please propose your urgency resolution.
Thanks, Chair. The Brisbane City Council introduces a new fee relief package for small businesses struggling through this current lockdown.
Excuse me. 3 minutes to urgency, please.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. This is urgent today, and not for the reasons and the political reasons that the Lord Mayor has just gone through. This is urgent today because we know right in the middle of a lockdown that businesses are struggling, businesses are shut up, and these lockdowns are necessary. There was a hint of anti-lockdown sentiment, I think, in what the Lord Mayor was just getting at then. But we know these are necessary because this virus needs to be contained. And while these lockdowns are necessary in the absence of any national leadership in terms of a vaccine rollout, in getting us out of these.
Mr. Chair.
Point of order, Lord Mayor.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Right to go, Chair.
All right, I will accept it today. I'll call on you at the end of the Councillor Cassidy's speech. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. In the absence of a vaccine rollout from the federal government, this is a reality we are living with at the moment. So what we need and what people worry about is how they're going to make ends meet. Now, last year there was a small business package that we supported in providing fee relief for small businesses. What we're now seeing is in this new financial year, right in the middle of a lockdown, still in the middle of a pandemic, those same small businesses that took up new permits, whether they were food safe permits or footpath dining permits or starting new businesses, are now being slugged with council fees and charges that for some of these small family businesses, Chair, are the difference between staying open for a few more months or seeing this pandemic out or closing altogether. And I'm sure other local councillors that are on this meeting today will have had small businesses come to them seeking support. So what we're proposing today is a new package to be urgently rolled out to support small businesses in our suburbs, because without those unique small businesses in the suburbs, Chair, we don't have unique suburbs and unique communities around Brisbane. We need to, as a community, work together through this COVID pandemic to make sure that we come out the other side. And we come out the other side even better. And the only way to do that is to make sure that we support these small businesses in their time of need. And I think it's very simple, and I would welcome a debate on this.
Lord Mayor, your point of misrepresentation.
Yeah, I just, there was a suggestion that I was somehow anti-lockdown. I am nothing of the kind, certainly not anti-lockdown.
All right, on the matter of urgency, all those who believe this to be urgent, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Apologies for how long this, sometimes people's hands come in and out of focus. And those against, please say no and raise your hand.
No.
Clerks, please read the result when you're ready. Are there any abstentions? Thank you. Clerks, please proceed.
Mr. Chair, the noes have it.
Okay, I might read it. It's 5 ayes, 18 noes and 1 abstention. 5 ayes, 18 noes, 1 abstention. The resolution is not carried. I will now proceed. Are there any further questions?
Point of order.
A point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I'm just checking. I'm definitely having some technical issues here. I can see my hand was up there. So it's up now. Can you see that my hand is up? It's up next to my face.
No, we can't.
Yeah. So, look, I'm not really sure what to do to fix this, but if there's any problems, I just need some advice on what to do.
Thank you. We are trying our best. Everyone's trying our best, but we had registered you as an aye in that previous vote.
Mr. Chair, if you put your hand in front of your face like this, it usually shows up.
All right. It's hopefully it's this. We don't have to do this for very long. Further questions, please. Councillor Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is to the Chair of City Planning and Economic Development Committee, Councillor Adams. Deputy Mayor, with Brisbane now the official host of the 2032 Olympics and Paralympics, can you outline some of the locations across Brisbane that will facilitate hosting the 2032 Olympics? Are you aware of any alternative views?
Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Councillor Hammond, and thank you very much for the question. And they do say that dreams come in a size that are a little bit too big sometimes, so we can grow into them. And I have to say this has been a big dream, as the Lord Mayor has outlined in his last answer to his question. But there is a fantastic opportunity now for Brisbane through its strategic planning and its planning through what we've been doing for many years and what's to come, to make sure that we grow into the Olympic city that we're about to become. It's been a long journey to get to this point, and a moment many of us will never forget. Last 10 days ago, if you're at South Bank, maybe one you didn't see as well, but we'll move on from that. This is only the beginning, and the athletes are the ones who are going to provide the magic. But what we need to do is provide the stage as Brisbane City Council: the sunshine, the river, the beaches, and bushland beauty. It's all about the vibrancy of Brisbane now as an Olympic city. I'm very humbled that we will debate next week the committee changes. The Lord Mayor has asked me to step into the role of Civic Cabinet Chair for the Olympic and Paralympic Games, which does involve obviously the day-to-day coordination involvement along council levels, collaboration with those other levels of government that are doing so well, working together at the moment, and of course with the Olympic Organising Committee as well. But we know this opportunity is much more than 4 weeks of sport in 11 years' time. We know it's more than the stadiums and the athletes' villages. It is about the planning for what we need in Brisbane, not just for the games, but for the decades following as well. It's our roads, our transport, our footpaths, our local parks, our sports clubs. And I have to say, as far as we're concerned here, that is the Schrinner Council's bread and butter when it comes to delivering for Brisbane. And the benefits the games will deliver for this will outlive the event and place the city in good stead for generations to come. For Brisbane and South East Queensland, the games will stimulate investment, support trade and tourism, create thousands of new jobs, and boost local business. It will fast-track key infrastructure that's needed to service our growing region and inject an estimate $8.1 billion into the Queensland economy. We're already laying the groundwork with city-shaping projects like Brisbane Metro, Greenbridges, and the transformation of Victoria Park. It's going to supercharge our sports participation and inspire the next generation of sporting heroes. I don't think it goes without saying that our greatest Olympic outcome to date in 2000 was the Sydney Olympics. So hopefully our own local kids are starting their own Olympic journey right now. They're being enthused by what they're seeing on TV, and they're training, and they'll be getting out there after we're in lockdown at our state-of-art sports facilities, and even something as simple as our multi-use games areas across our wards, across the city, for basketball or volleyball or badminton. As I said, on the night that we are so excitedly accepted the baton for the 2032 Olympics, the Olympics will do for Brisbane what Expo 88 did for us for the last generation. It is going to be a city-shaping milestone that will define the path for the next half of a century. On top of that, we are looking at a very positive legacy outcome. We have ignited the marvel and the wonder of South Bank after Expo, and we are looking forward, as the Lord Mayor mentioned last week, to South Bank 2.0. It's about making sure that we paint a clear picture for the evolution of our river city. The site committed to the International Broadcast Centre in 2032 has been chosen for its positioning with close proximity to key hosting precincts across the city. And temporary buildings will then make way and be converted to multi-use parkland precinct. There is 7 hectares of possibility on just this one site, not to mention the other venues that have been identified in our bid. For decades, we've talked about the extension of South Bank, and now the Olympic momentum brings us the opportunity to make those dreams become a reality. But the Schrinner Council has been training for this for many, many years. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. We make no mistake, in every lap we run is carefully timed and executed, and every decision we make is a big part of a bigger picture and a shared vision for a better Brisbane for tomorrow. The Olympics have brought all levels of government in together, which I think all of us will admit has never been done before. And it's clear that the 2032 Games should not be seen as a Queensland government project nor a local government project, but a joint project shared between us and the federal government as well. It's disappointing that we've seen those sniping opposite us about what this is, and that maybe because it's in August, it's not Summer Olympics or where the venues are going. But what we need to do is make sure that the cities thrive, and this city thrives when it's given a purpose and a focus. We have the backing of our state and federal government colleagues, and that is invigorating, that is exciting, and that spirit of solidarity
Deputy Mayor, your time
is
has
central to our
expired.
successful candidature.
Deputy Mayor, your time has expired. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Last year, the Labor team called for a 12-month rates freeze to help struggling residents, but this call was ignored by LNP councillors. Instead, the LNP Mayor jacked rates up twice in a single calendar year, once in January and once again in July this year. It's clear that this pandemic is far from over, but still this LNP council is hitting residents hard with bigger and bigger rates bills. Last week, our team received a question from a local resident called Vilma. Vilma asks, and I quote, "Why have my rates increased twice in the last 6 months?" Lord Mayor, can you answer Vilma's question?
Lord Mayor.
Well, this has been, thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been the topic of discussion in multiple meetings before, and each time it's discussed, I point out that it is simply not the case. And in fact, Labor and opposition councillors continue to spread misinformation. Last year was the first time in 30 years that the rates bill went down. The average rates bill in Brisbane went down. So whatever Councillor Cassidy might try and spin for political reasons is simply...
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, the question was about rates rises in a calendar year. That was January and again in June in the budget. So the Lord Mayor is not being relevant to the question, and I'd ask you to draw him back to the question that was asked.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. The Lord Mayor, the question has barely begun, but I must remind you, please be mindful of the question that has been asked and please respond to it. The Lord Mayor.
Well, both Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Johnston know that we don't set budgets by calendar years. So a total red herring there. And
yeah, but you jack rates up by calendar
years. By Councillor Johnston to rescue her colleague in the opposition who insists on peddling misinformation. And so, look, whenever that happens, I will...
Rates went up in January and June. That's what you do.
To make sure that people know the truth. And the truth is that rates will always be lower under an LNP administration.
Are you calling Bill a liar?
No. Please allow the answer to be heard.
And so I would simply say that the reality is that the rates bill for the last financial year did not rise. It did not rise. And in fact, it went down for the first time in more than 30 years. And we all need to be reminded of the 4 times under Labor when rates went up by 6% or more. And so I will not be lectured by the Labor Party, who can't manage money and who jack up rates to the highest levels they've ever been seen, about rates, when we have managed the finances responsibly, kept the budget balanced and strong, and also continued to invest in the basics and record infrastructure right across the suburbs. Now, it's interesting when you talk about rates, You should also talk about where that rates money is invested. 86% of all funding is going out to the suburbs of Brisbane, back into the community and being reinvested out in those suburbs to support the community and to build new infrastructure for our growing community.
I think you were unmuted, Chair, but...
Excuse me, point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. The question was very specific about the rates bill increasing twice in the last 6 months for this local resident in January and then again in July. So the base rates have increased, and that's what the question is about.
All right, so the point of order is relevance. So, Lord Mayor, can I please just draw you back to ensure that you do answer the question that was asked, the Lord Mayor?
So I don't know who this resident is, and I don't think it'd be appropriate to talk about an individual resident's rate bill. That's why we talk about the average rate bill across Brisbane, across all of the hundreds of thousands of properties, and that's the appropriate way to analyse this. In any given year, some rate bills go up, some bills go down, and there's a absolute link there when it comes to property values. After the 2011 flood, there were a number of properties that experienced decreases in their rates bill as a result of property devaluations. So all types of things affect the rates bill. So I'm not going to comment on one particular rate bill who I don't know the situation of. But what I do know is when you actually look at the whole picture, not just one little piece of the jigsaw puzzle, rates and the average rate bill went down last year. And so that is the facts, not some kind of political claim. And so I refute that the information or the claim that is being made by council.
Not for this resident, it's not the fact.
It's not true. It's simply not true.
Lord Mayor, please continue if you...
I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Further questions? Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Public and Active Transport Committee, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy, some of Council's major projects now underway, including Brisbane Metro and Greenbridge. This will be critical infrastructure heading into the 2032 Olympics. Can you update the Chamber how these projects will move thousands of visitors around our city?
Councillor Murphy.
Well, I can, and thank you very much to Councillor Huang for the question, Mr. Chair. Well, we were all very proud the other week to see the Lord Mayor present to IOC delegates in Tokyo, locking in the final votes in support of Brisbane 2032. And naturally, I was very excited to see some major transport projects form part of that pitch. Brisbane Metro is a game changer. We've heard that over and over again. But what does that mean on the world stage? What does it mean to the success of our Olympics? We know that Brisbane Metro will cover a larger network than stages 1 and 2 of the Gold Coast Light Rail. Our state-of-the-art metro vehicles, all electric metro vehicles, will be larger than 80% of Melbourne's tram fleet. And not only will this project supercharge our city, but the fleet will be supercharged in under 6 minutes. Now, this is a project that has impressed the people of Brisbane, and certainly it impressed the IOC delegates. To support the growth of our city and the visitors who will come back to Brisbane once the borders are opened, Metro will boost the capacity of the busway network by up to 22,000 people per hour. This is equivalent to taking 5,350 cars off our roads. It's the next step in the modern public transport network that supports our city. And it's only happening because of the drive of the Schrinner administration. Much like the Brisbane Olympic bid, it was started by former Lord Mayor Graham Quirk, and it's this council that has the energy to see it through. And those opposite will carp and snipe, as they've just done, but we know that they have no vision when it comes to public transport. If they were in office, there'd be no Olympic Games, no Brisbane Metro, and indeed the biggest claim to fame that the Labor Party has in terms of public transport is ripping up the tram network. So well done. Mr. Chair, over the recess, we reached another milestone in a project that will be as iconic for Brisbane as the Olympic Games, Lord Mayor Schrinner's Greenbridges program. And just yesterday, the DA was submitted for the Breakfast Creek Greenbridge. It's such an important link, not only to extend the Loris Bonnie Riverwalk and the Kingston Smith Drive upgrade, but it will be the active transport gateway to the Olympic Athletes Village, Hamilton. In showcasing our city's natural beauty to the world, the updated designs take inspiration from Newstead's Moreton Bay Figs. 2,300 trips are taken on the Loris Bonnie Riverwalk each day. And by making this much needed connection, it will no doubt become even more popular. In other exciting Greenbridge news, in the weeks before Brisbane was awarded the 2032 Games, we awarded something of our own, the contract for the Kangaroo Point Greenbridge. Connect Brisbane, led by Bessex Watpac, will design and construct what will be an iconic river crossing over 100 years in the making. The impact of this project cannot be overstated, and construction of this bridge will deliver much more than just transport outcomes. Infrastructure projects of this scale provide real and tangible economic benefits, and Brisbane industry will feel those benefits. The City Council prioritises local businesses, and this is evidenced in the Lord Mayor's local buy policy. Our priorities are exactly the same for the new Greenbridge, and we're proud to say that 90% of supplies will be sourced locally from South East Queensland, with more than 40% being sourced directly from Brisbane. Bessex Watpac has its headquarters here in Brisbane, and through the project, it will support over 300 jobs and 40 apprentices. We're really excited to be working with Connect Brisbane, who have demonstrated experience delivering major city-changing infrastructure projects. Connect Brisbane and its partners have been involved in a diverse range of significant local and national projects, including the Madagarra Bridge, the Neville Bonner Bridge, the Toowoomba Second Range Crossing, the South Road Urban Superway, the Dubai Water Canal Bridges, and the Sheikh Zayed Bridge. So I want to emphasise that we're not just building a bridge, we're delivering a destination, as flagged by the Lord Mayor in this chamber. There will be an ability to incorporate a commercial activation into this project. Think about the iconic locations around the world. Well, this project has the ability to deliver an above-water restaurant on the bridge. Just imagine the views. We know how much the people of Brisbane have fallen in love with Howard Smith Wharves, and it's blossomed into one of the city's most popular dining precincts. People want to enjoy the river in as many ways as possible, and I have no doubt that an above-water restaurant on the bridge will become a massive draw card for residents as well as tourists, just like Howard Smith Wharves. It's a striking bridge with the centre mast reaching over 90 metres into our skyline. With a length of just under half a kilometre, it incorporates dedicated pedestrian and cycle paths. And just like the Brecky Creek Green Bridge, the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge will connect that suburb and beyond to the CBD, encouraging active transport and getting cars off the road. By allowing residents and visitors to walk, bike or scoot over this stretch of river, we have the potential to take 80,000 car trips off our streets every year. Our city needs outcomes like this to relieve congestion and to be cleaner and greener, which is at the forefront of all our major infrastructure
Councillor
planning.
Murphy, your time has expired.
Thank you, Chair.
Further questions, Councillor Shree?
Thanks, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Thanks. My question is to the Lord Mayor. In supporting the Gabba Stadium as a major athletics venue for the 2032 Olympics, your administration has identified that Raymond Park in Kangaroo Point will be used as a location for the warm-up track. But Raymond Park is not currently large enough to accommodate an Olympic standard warm-up track in the field. So does this mean private homes adjacent to the park will need to be acquired, or was Raymond Park chosen as the warm-up track without properly checking whether it's actually large enough?
The Lord Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you for the question, Councillor Shree. And look, a reasonable question. I'm happy to set your mind at rest. There will be no property resumptions around Raymond Park that I am aware of, and I've asked this question myself, and I've been advised that indeed Raymond Park is large enough to accommodate a warm-up track without any impacts on surrounding property. So I have asked that question to myself, and I've been assured of that answer. And so we will see that accommodated within the park. And obviously, this is one of those things that could either be a temporary use or it could be left in place if the community actually wants it to be left in place. But that's a matter for down the track and discussion with the community. But I certainly don't believe or envisage there'll be property resumptions required around Raymond Park.
Can you ask your staff to give me a briefing on that?
Further questions, Councillor Adamman.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, Councillor Davis. As part of the announcement of Brisbane as the host city for the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games, Victoria Park is set to host freestyle BMX and cross-country equestrian competition. Can you please update the Chamber on the City Council's transformation of Victoria Park and how the opportunity to showcase Victoria Park to the world at the 2032 Olympics will factor into planning for Brisbane's biggest new park.
Councillor Davis.
Well, thank you, Chair, and through you I thank Councillor Adamant for the question. Mr Chair, I think it's fair to say that most of us were glued to the television this past weekend watching the Olympics from Tokyo. And I'm sure Councillor Adamant was, because I know he's a sports fanatic. And so it is exciting to think that in 11 years' time, it will be all happening right here on our doorstep. Hosting the Olympic and Paralympic Games is a huge opportunity for our region, and the Shriner Council is working hard to ensure that we get it right. And part of that work will be at Victoria Park, which forms part of our Olympic and Paralympic venue master plan. Brisbane's biggest new park will play host to 2 temporary venues for freestyle BMX and cross-country equestrian competition, as well as part of the Hurston cluster of venues. On the weekend, the world was introduced to Olympic freestyle BMX, and based on the reaction, I think it's safe to say that it will be a fixture at the Games in the years ahead. And the efforts of our 2 Australian representatives, Natalia Diem and Logan Martin, both Queenslanders, were truly awe-inspiring. And when the lockdown is over, I think there will be quite some interest at local bike shops from kids who will want to emulate both Natalia and Logan's performances at their home games right here in 2032. It's an action-packed sport, as you would have seen, and Victoria Park, with its sweeping views of the Brisbane skyline, will be the perfect backdrop for all BMX action, whether it's a 540 flare into an opposite flare, or even a reverse triple tail whip into an orthodox triple tail whip, the things you learn while you're watching TV in lockdown, Mr Chair. Moving from the newest Olympic sport to one of the oldest, Victoria Park will also play host to the cross-country competition for equestrian. Equestrian debuted in the 1900 Olympics in Paris and has appeared in every game since 1912. The RNA Showgrounds will host the other equestrian disciplines, making Victoria Park the ideal location for cross-country. As with the BMX, the cross-country equestrian will be a highlight of the international broadcasts of our games and is the perfect opportunity to show off all Brisbane has to offer. We are a modern global city with fantastic parklands for residents and visitors to enjoy. And in 2032, it will be well connected with 2 Brisbane Metro stations servicing the park to help get the thousands of fans into the action. The cross-country equestrian course will have capacity for 25,000 spectators alone. So, Mr Chair, there will be old and new at Victoria Park for the Olympics, and that will also be a feature of the parkland more broadly. It's about embracing the past and the ongoing cultural heritage of the site and creating a parkland to serve Brisbane into the future. As councillors will know, the Shriner Council's transformation of Victoria Park officially began on the 1st of July when the golf course was officially closed. And early works to fill in the bunkers, to remove fencing and to improve pathways has commenced. And we know it has already been embraced as Brisbane's newest destination for picnics, for kite flying and for dog walking. As we gear up for works towards Victoria Park Vision, consultation with a wide range of stakeholders and residents continues to be an ongoing process for the project. During the initial rounds of consultation on the vision, thousands had their say. The vision for Victoria Park is a truly shared community vision. We remain in close contacts with schools, resident groups and traditional custodians as the project moves into the next stages. The Lord Mayor has said that when it comes to the Games, we want to measure twice and cut once, and that's exactly what we'll do with the transformation of Victoria Park. So to ensure we properly factor in the Olympics opportunity at Victoria Park, we'll be working with sporting stakeholders and the Olympic Games team as part of the master planning process. Next year, we will release the draft master plan for further consultation with the community as a next step in delivering on the Shriner Council's Victoria Park vision. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, just recently you rushed out to announce the site for the Brisbane 2032 Broadcast Centre without any consultation or consideration. It seems that you did this because you're seeing the Olympics as leverage for self-promotion and publicity ahead of a well-planned event. And according to recent media reports, the site which you want to replace with the broadcast centre is a 7-hectare glass manufacturer in South Brisbane. That manufacturer is home to 300 workers, 300 people who rely on that site for a stable income to feed and shelter themselves and their families. So, Lord Mayor, before rushing out with this announcement, what conversations did you have with that particular factory to protect those 300 jobs?
The Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wonder if the Treasurer's office wrote all of your questions today, Councillor Cassidy, because you are literally singing from that song sheet.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
And I've got to say...
Point of order.
Yeah, hang on. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
No, I'm not. But the rules of procedure say, the rules of procedure, not the rules I made up, the rules of procedure say you are not supposed to argue the question. You are supposed
you're
to
arguing the question right now.
There'll be no... What's the point of order?
My point of order is that the Lord Mayor is required under the meeting's local law to answer the question, and it is disorderly to debate the question. Please ask him to answer the question.
Thank you. The Lord Mayor, please answer the question.
I intend to fully and thoroughly answer the question that was written by the Treasurer's office for Councillor Cassidy. Now, the Treasurer's office obviously seems to have the view that they're going to double down, even if they completely got this wrong. But that's their choice, and I know that Councillor Cassidy's in the same faction and supports the Treasurer to be the next Premier of Queensland. That's his prerogative. I think it'd be a disaster, but ultimately that is a matter for the Labor Party to sort out who their next leader will be. I'd like to see David Crisafulli as the next Premier of Queensland, and I believe...
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
The question was about the 300 Brisbane residents who rely on this for jobs.
Right,
what discussions did you have? It's not a political hit squad attempt.
What's the point of order?
But he's not being relevant. I think that's pretty obvious.
Okay, thank you. The Lord Mayor, can I ask you to ensure your comments are relevant to the question? Lord Mayor.
I'm sorry, who's David Crisafulli? I've never heard of that name.
He's the next Premier of Queensland. You should get to know him. He's a really good guy. So in terms of this this question,
who is it?
Someone else. First of all, there's a couple of parts to it that I want to address. The first is the claim that this was somehow not agreed to by the three levels of government, or that other people weren't aware of what had been proposed to the IOC weeks and weeks before, and what had been agreed to by all three levels of government weeks and weeks before. And look, if you don't want to take my word for it, Councillor Cassidy, take the Deputy Premier's word for it, because the very next day to our announcement, the Deputy Premier said here, he contradicted the Treasurer and said, this is not an overflow centre. He said, what I know is that the Premier and the Lord Mayor visited the broadcast centre in Tokyo because it was just so important to delivery of the fantastic games, Mr. Miles said. There will literally be thousands of media, and they're broadcasting images, not just to the athletes, but of our city and our region right around the world. Asked whether he was at odds with the Premier and the Deputy Premier, a spokesman for the Treasurer gave some weasel words here. Basically, look, this was agreed to by all three levels of government. And in the budget, we actually made a provision for land acquisition.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, just on relevance, I actually just asked what conversations the Lord Mayor had with that particular factory about the jobs. I'm not talking about anything else.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Cassidy. The point of order relevance. Lord Mayor, please ensure that your comments are relevant to the question. Lord Mayor.
As I was just explaining, in the budget, I made a provision in Council's budget for potential land acquisition that may be required for the Olympic and Paralympic Games. Now, this was publicised at the time. We announced it at the time, and just as we announced, we proceeded based on the discussions with other levels of government to initiate the process of negotiation with the. I'm answering the question.
to you,
Well,
Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, again, I'm relevant. None of what the Lord Mayor just said had anything to do with it. Just
Okay,
answer
this
the
is not
question.
like a discussion, and I've been listening quite intently, and I suspected the next sentence was going to be the direct answer to your question. So
It should have been the first sentence.
To provide an answer, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Now, the state government is aware that we had a discussion with them about whether it would be them or us that initiated the acquisition process for this particular site. And the state government advised us that they did not have the money to purchase the site. So guess what, Councillor Cassidy? We initiated the process, and we have been talking with the owners of that property. And you should also be aware that this claim that somehow there'll be jobs lost is ludicrous, because the owner of the site is a company called Visy. Visy has a contract not only with Brisbane City Council, but with pretty much all the councils in southeast Queensland to provide recycled materials. So they collect the glass out of the yellow top bins from our council and surrounding councils. In that factory, it is then remade into glass bottles. They have an ongoing contract with us. They're not moving anywhere. They will stay in southeast Queensland. They're not going to Sydney like the Treasurer dishonestly suggested. They are already looking at a site elsewhere in southeast Queensland, and I won't say where, but you may have read reports of it in the media. So they are very aware that they need to set up a factory in southeast Queensland to meet the needs in southeast Queensland. And so either the Treasurer and Councillor Cassidy just do not know what they're talking about, or they are just deliberately muddying the waters for political reasons. But the reality is we have all agreed that this site is required for Olympic purposes. And it was also agreed that either council or the state would proceed with the acquisition process. We have kicked that off because we have allocated money in the budget to do so. And we're happy to take that through to its conclusion. Alternatively, if the state wants to take it on and they can suddenly find the money to do it, we'd welcome their involvement. But we have been advised that they do not have the money at this point in time to do so. So we're doing the right thing and kicking this off. Why are we doing it now? Every month that goes by is a month where the property market continues to rise. This land is not going to get cheaper if we delay. This site will become more and more expensive, but also it's the right thing by the property owner because they need to plan their relocation to another site in southeast Queensland. And so by giving them the maximum possible time to do so, we're doing the right thing by that company and by the workers of that company. And so this is the responsible thing to do. And the only people playing political games here are the Australian Labor Party, and it is shameful.
Further questions? Councillor Landers.
My question is to the
Point
Chair.
of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I've had my hand up now multiple times. There's been 4 or 5 Labor questions, a Greens question, and I've still not been called.
The local law requires that I allocate questions from side to side, and the previous question was a minority question, therefore this must be a majority question. Councillor Landers.
My question is to the Chair of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee, Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard, the Schrinner Council recently announced a $50 million boost to our community sporting groups to provide upgrades and maintenance of their facilities. Can you outline how this investment will not only make Brisbane Olympic ready, but also invest in kids as future Olympians?
Councillor Howard.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, thank you to Councillor Landers for the question. And also thank you for your interest in both Brisbane sporting facilities and our budding future Olympians. To bring up the next generation of Olympic athletes here in Brisbane, we want to ensure that the kids right across the city have access to state-of-the-art sports and training facilities. To do so, the Schrinner Council will invest more than $50 million in upgrading Brisbane's sporting facilities over the next 12 months, cementing our position as Olympic-ready city and future-proofing suburban sport for future generations. As outlined within our 2021-22 budget, we will provide more than $50 million to boost our community sporting groups with funds for improvements, maintenance and partnerships. And let's face it, Brisbane residents of all ages love their sport, be it children having their first kick to seasoned sport teams. Our sports grounds are used all year round. With the exciting news that Brisbane will host the 2032 Olympics, these suburban sporting grounds could well be the training grounds of our future Olympic stars, working towards representing their country at a Games held in their home city. I'm sure that there are plenty of kids across Brisbane today watching the Olympics from home with big hopes and dreams to participate in the Games once they are here in 2032. And further to your question, Councillor Landers, this investment into sporting facility gives the necessary funding and support to not only our sporting facilities, but to the numerous community organisations that make sporting activities at these venues possible. This significant investment in our sporting facilities will not only maintain existing sporting grounds, but it will also ensure that there are high quality facilities. And as promised during last year's election, the Shrinner Council will invest almost $1.2 million over 3 years for a major upgrade at Chelmer Sports Group in partnership with Queensland Cricket, AFL Queensland and Western Suburbs District Cricket Club. We will be delivering improvements at the incredibly popular Western Suburbs Sporting Ground, including a refurbished clubhouse, improved spectator areas and new change rooms. As this location is shared by a number of sporting groups in the area, we are sure that it will be a welcome upgrade and one that will greatly benefit all the clubs and sports that call this venue their home. In the eastern suburbs, $750,000 is allocated to upgrade the fields at Giffen Park at Kangaroo, which is home to both the Kangaroo Junior AFL Club and the Mighty Kings AFL Club. This investment will deliver upgrades to the field and important remediation works, ensuring that the fields are of a high standard and can be used and utilised for years to come. And Councillor Shree, you'll be very pleased to know that the inner city Raymond Park will receive $287,000 to improve the fields, which are used by many sporting groups, including the Kangaroo Point Rovers and the Brisbane City Quidditch Club. For Northsiders, Emerson Park in the Grange will receive $459,000 to upgrade and improve their fields. And these are just some of the major investments into sporting facilities across Brisbane. They include more than $19 million for new sports parks, including the Nudgee Recreation Reserve, and $16.8 million for maintenance and improvement works at existing sporting clubs in our suburbs. These upgrades are necessary to ensure that the Olympians of tomorrow can train, play and grow at council facilities across the city, and it's an initiative that we are very proud to support. While our investment into sporting fields should be celebrated, they are only one part of the great work that the Shrinner Council is delivering to make Brisbane a vibrant and active city and one that is ready to host the Olympics come 2032. In addition, a cornerstone of our plan to make Brisbane an Olympics-ready city is by working closely with local community sporting groups to help them train, grow and support their clubs. While Council has continued to support sports clubs over the years, this support will be amplified through our Community and Sport Partnership Program. The Community and Sport Partnership Program will enable Council to work in partnership with community facility tenants to complete significant capital works on community lease facilities. The program will work hand in hand with the Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs grants and the Community Facility Improvement Program to ensure that Council's 600 plus community facilities are safe, fit for purpose and continue to grow to meet the increasing demand for the services provided by community organisations and clubs. While the full delivery model for this program is under development, it will also allow Council to prioritise sites for improvement and work with tenants who have access to other funding sources to complete the works. These funding sources could include grants from other levels of governments, funds contributed by peak bodies, or funds raised by the clubs themselves. The program will assist tenants of Council's community facilities to provide valuable facility improvements to residents across Brisbane and to empower the many thoughtful volunteers who put in countless hours of work to develop and maintain their beloved...
Councillor Howard, your time has expired. That concludes question time. Councillors, I now draw your attention to the consideration of reports, the establishment, excuse me, the Establishment and Coordination Committee recommendations, please, the Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the report of the recommendations of the Establishment and Coordination Committee during the winter recess 2021 on matters usually considered by that committee be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by the Lord Mayor, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, the report of the recommendations of the Establishment and Coordination Committee during the winter recess 2021 on matters usually considered by that committee be adopted. Is there any debate? The Lord Mayor.
Yes, before I move on to the matters in front of us, I wanted to talk about the question that was raised in question time about this council's support for local business. Now, Councillor Cassidy obviously sees everything in terms of a package that he can put up on social media that he's somehow called for, and we can see that he's already misrepresenting the facts where this council voted on the matter of urgency, not on the matter of support for local business, yet he's misrepresenting that out in the community, as we've seen him do time and time again with curbside collection and countless other issues. He's suggesting that we voted against support for local business. We did nothing of the kind. What we were voting on was urgency. Now, the reality is that council has incorporated, this administration, the Schrinner Council, has incorporated our support for small business as usual. We have made supporting small business at the core of everything we do. And so, Labor people can see things in terms of a package, something that they can get up on social media. We have this at the core of our operations. And nothing is more apparent than our support for local business in our procurement. Because in the past 12 months, we have injected 900 into local business here in Southeast Queensland, $950 million. That is something that makes a real difference. That is something that keeps businesses afloat. That is something that supports jobs. That is something that helps businesses get through difficult times. Now, if we were to borrow $950 million and throw it at local business, that money would disappear in one go and we'd be left with the debt for generations to come. That's not the way we choose to operate. We choose to run balanced budgets. We only ever borrow to build things. We borrow for infrastructure. We do not go into deficit to throw money at short-term problems. And that is the difference between our side and Labor. Labor will borrow money and throw it at a short-term problem. They'll rack it up on the credit card and they'll not worry about who's going to pay for it. But guess what? When you do that, the community pays.
That's what you're doing.
What's the federal government doing?
We only borrow to invest in assets, to invest in infrastructure. That has been our record as an administration and also as Lord Mayor Quirk's administration and Lord Mayor Newman's administration. And in fact, Lord Mayor Sally Ann Atkinson's administration. We have only ever borrowed to invest in infrastructure, in assets. We don't borrow for operating expenses. We don't believe in it, and we won't be changing that approach. The reality is, by doing what we've done, we're able to invest more in infrastructure. And why do we need to do that? Our community is growing. We know people are moving here from all parts of the country. And once the international borders open again, they will move here from all parts of the world. And our exposure on the global level is only just beginning to gear up. And so we will have people from every corner of this world seeing Brisbane and Southeast Queensland and wanting to move here, wanting to live here, wanting to experience what we've got here. And so if we don't invest in infrastructure, our community will suffer, and that's not going to happen under our watch. We've seen the state government take a different approach. We know that they're quite happy going into deficit to pay for operating expenses. But at the same time, we've seen them reduce their infrastructure investment at the time when we're growing the fastest we have in decades. This is perverse. But what we will continue to do is incorporate our business support into our day-to-day activities. Every day is a day that we support local business, not only through our local business procurement policy, our local buy policy, which has injected $950 million into local business in the last 12 months, but through other initiatives as well. $58.3 million has been dedicated this year to support small businesses and economic recovery initiatives. And that includes all types of things like the village precinct upgrades we're doing. We have a whole range of programs to support small business. And I can tell all councillors that we have some new initiatives that are funded in this year's budget that will be announced and released very soon to support local business. But it is just one of many, many things that we will continue to do to support local business. We've made it part of our core. And it's simple things like this. When we have suppliers that are small businesses, instead of the normal 30-day payment period, we pay them in 7 days. So if they supply something to council or provide a service, instead of a 30-day payment invoice, we pay them in 7 days. That's a quick turnaround that helps their cash flow and helps support local businesses. And as we know, more than 90% of businesses in Brisbane are local small businesses. They're small businesses. These are not the big businesses. These are not big corporations, as Councillor Shree would say. These are local businesses, often family-owned businesses, relatively small numbers of people involved, but making a big difference and supporting families and supporting jobs. And so I did want to address this claim that's made repeatedly by Labor councillors. They claim that there's apparently this massive advertising budget available, which they claim is my personal advertising budget. There is no such thing other than an equivalent to a ward office budget that each councillor would have. But when they ask to provide examples of what this advertising is, they keep coming back again and again to the Living in Brisbane publication. Now, this is a community newsletter that is sent to every household to tell people what is going on in our city, to tell people about initiatives to support local business and local communities, to tell people about things that are happening in their area. But let's take Labor's position on this. They have claimed in the past that cancelling this publication would somehow solve every problem, like a magic pudding. Well, let me be very clear. If you cancelled Living in Brisbane for an entire year and you put that money into providing a small business support package, guess how much support for local businesses that would fund? Any idea? Krista? So if you gave the cost of living in Brisbane, cancelling it for 12 months to each of the businesses in Brisbane, they would each receive $10. $10. So this is Labor's magic pudding to solve every problem. Cancel Living in Brisbane, they say. It will be able to fund all of these other things from it. $10, that's how far it'll go. And so what I prefer to see is us continuing to keep the people of Brisbane informed about what's happening in their city and what their council is doing on their behalf. And I know that there are so many residents across Brisbane that look forward to receiving Living in Brisbane each month. Councillor Cassidy may rip it up in a huff and throw it in his recycling bin, but other residents actually enjoy reading it and will keep doing it because it's a relatively small investment in the scheme of things that goes a long way in supporting our community and local business. So we have a package for small business, and that package is called Business as Usual. We incorporate it into everything we do. Supporting small business is in our DNA. We and many of our team have come from small business. I came from a small business family myself, and I know how hard they work and how tough they have it. And the best thing we can all do is keep buying local at the council level, at the personal level, wherever possible, and also encouraging people to get out there when we can and support local businesses once the lockdown is over. And I did also want to confirm, I do support the lockdown. Of course I do. We need to do these things to get the virus under control. And this Delta strain is pretty diabolical. It's a serious thing, and it's different to the lockdowns we've seen in the past because this is far more infectious, far more transferable from person to person. We've seen young people involved to the extent that they haven't been before. So this is serious, and I absolutely support the lockdown. And I've been in close communication with the Premier throughout the recent days, and it's been really positive to be keeping in touch with her to find out what is happening and to make sure those lines of communication are open. But ultimately, the best thing we can all do for local business is get this outbreak under control and then get open again. So the lockdown is over and we can get back to getting out there, supporting local businesses like we've been doing for this whole period since the pandemic. That's the only sustainable long-term solution here. And putting a Band-Aid on a bullet hole is not going to solve the problem. We need to fix that bullet hole by getting the pandemic and the situation, the current outbreak, under control. And that will heal that wound and make sure that we can get back to all getting out there as a healthy, vibrant, successful community and economy. So moving to the items in front of us, I normally talk about the bridge lighting up at this point in time. And it is with great sadness that I can say that our plan to light up the bridge this Friday for the Ekka has had to be unfortunately cancelled. We obviously, we're all devastated to hear that the Ekka is being cancelled for a second time in a row. And we're thinking about all of the people that are involved in that event from so many different industries and from so many different parts of the state. And our hearts are with them at the moment. I'm particularly thinking about the charity known as the Common Good. And we all know that the strawberry sundae ice creams that are sold at the Ekka raise money to support the common good. And so I just want to announce today and put the offer out today that Council is more than willing to again work with the common good to make sure we can facilitate those strawberry sundae stands being rolled out in different parts of the city once it's safe to do so. So obviously, it'll be premature right now to lock in a date. We need to know what's happening with the lockdown. But once we can go out there and the lockdown is over, we want to gear up those strawberry sundae stands right across Brisbane to help raise money for the common good. Having the Ekka cancelled has so many flow-on effects, and one of the biggest effects is that impact on charities like the common good that are getting funds raised through the Ekka strawberry sundaes. It'll be fantastic to see some way of getting that fundraising activity to roll out in the second half of this year, and certainly making the offer to the common good to facilitate that.
Time has expired.
Move for an extension.
Extension of time has been proposed by Councillor Adams, seconded by Councillor Landers. All those in favour, please say aye and to raise your hand.
Aye.
Those against, please say no and raise your hand. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor, a further 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Item A in front of us is the contracts and tendering report for May 2021. Despite all of the exciting things that are happening with the Olympics and a number of other major projects, the business of council continues. The investment that we're making in contracting, particularly with local businesses, continues. And as I've said before, we well and truly met our target of having 80% of contracts going to local Southeast Queensland businesses in the last 12 months. And we look forward to continuing that strong record of supporting and investing in local businesses and supporting them. Now, I would point out that there's a claim from the opposition that they want to support local businesses, yet at the same time, they don't support contracting with local businesses. They want everything to be done in-house. And that would deny many, many local businesses the opportunity to work with council to deliver services. That would affect not only large corporations, but local family businesses. We know, for example, that for decades, our grass cutting has been done in partnership with local businesses. And there are some mum and dad operators who mow the grass in our parks for us and do a fantastic job. They see this as their main source of income, and that supports families, that supports jobs right across the community. And so this view that we shouldn't outsource anything is a view that is in stark contrast to their claim that they want to support local business. This is the number one way, our contracting, that we can support local business to the tune of $950 million in 1 year. There is nothing else that we can do of more importance when it comes to supporting local business than our contracting plans. Yet Labor continues to say it should all be in-house and all done by council and not in partnership with businesses. So there is a fundamental disconnect in their position on this matter. We'll continue to support our contracting with local business and our local buy policy. Item B is the long-awaited and much-needed upgrade of Newnham Road and Wecker Road, otherwise known as the Bunnings intersection in Wecker Road, Mansfield, Marrakrabat East. It's known to many of us as a problem intersection. And thanks to funding from the federal government and also the support of the local member, Ross Vasta, we're able to get on with this project. There were a couple of property resumptions required for this project, but this particular submission deals with the latest of those property resumptions so that we can get on with the job of upgrading that intersection. Item C is the Audit Committee report, and I won't dwell on that too much. That's a regular report that comes through. Item D is the Museum of Brisbane lease. Now, Mr. Chair, item D today is the renewal of the lease for Museum of Brisbane. That's obviously a great asset for our city, located in City Hall, brings many tourists and visitors to our city, and also puts on display the proud history, not only of artefacts, but of arts and culture that our city has, and it is really a truly fantastic facility that does our city proud. Now, as owner of both City Hall and the Museum of Brisbane, Council provides funding to the Museum of Brisbane as part of our ongoing support for the arts, culture and history. In 2016, ENC approved Council entering a 4-year funding agreement and lease with 2 one-year options. The option period of the 1st of July 2020 to the 30th of June 2021 was exercised due to the uncertainty that was created by COVID and the fact that Museum of Brisbane was closed for a significant part of time in that year. It's proposed that Council enters a lease with 2 one-year options for the period of the 1st of July 2021 to the 30th of June 2026, with options for the 1st of July 2026 to the 30th of June 2027 and the 1st of July 2027 to the 30th of June 2028. So this term aligns with the funding agreement and lease terms. So obviously our, the message we're sending very clearly here is our support for the Museum of Brisbane is strong and unwavering, and we see it as a long-term, ongoing part of our City Hall and our community's culture. Item E is the return of the parking and control traffic amending local law. Now, this came to Council, you'll remember, in the lead up to budget. At that point in time, it had to go out to the community and also to the state government for feedback. That process has happened. Council undertook public consultation in relation to the proposed local law between the 16th of June and the 6th of July. We then undertook a state interest check with the Queensland government, and that happened between the 16th of June and the 13th of July. We received 2 responses from the state government. And so the Queensland Police were supportive of the changes that we had proposed. Thank you to the police for your support. These changes are fundamentally about safety and enhancing public safety because the increases in fines relate to issues and problems and breaches that cause a safety issue in the community. This is not about changing the fine for overstaying a parking meter. This is not about changing the fine for overstaying a time limit. This is about matters that cause a safety concern. The number one being people parking illegally in a disability parking zone, but also a range of other challenges and problems where people, by parking illegally, are causing a safety issue. And so that has an impact on other people. And we saw the Queensland Police supporting this initiative. And also we received a response from Transport and Main Roads, and they had no concerns with our local law either, with the proposed local law. So thank you to both the Queensland Police and the Transport and Main Roads Department for coming on board with these changes. We think it would be a good thing. And I would remind you that these changes, is particularly the disability parking one, was initiated from Minister Bailey. So this will be a good safety outcome for our community and hopefully deter dangerous behaviour. Item F is the Audit Committee Office Interim Management Report for the last financial year. the year ending the 30th of June 2021. So the Queensland Audit Office provides an interim report to Council each year. Per section 203 of the City of Brisbane regulation, Council is required to table this at the next ordinary meeting, which is today. The audit process is mutually agreed between Council and the QAO to ensure compliance at the end of the reporting period. The QAO performed its audit to the 18th of June this year and has assessed Council's overall internal control environment as effective. Now, this is all about internal controls and risk management. This is about making sure processes and procedures are in place so that we're managing the risks to Council across a range of systems and processes. This means, and the Audit Committee's, the Queensland Audit Office finding and interim report means that there are no significant deficiencies and that any identified matters are being addressed. So that's a good outcome. And certainly for a council of this size, this is an outcome which we should all be proud of, and also which we should commend our diligent council officers for, because they do a great job in making sure all of the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. Item G is the SCP for the metro systems, and in particular the Brisbane Metro Management System. Now, one of the things that we've right from the beginning been striving to achieve with Metro is better passenger information, so that people have better access to information on what services are turning up next. There's greater coordination between services using technology, and this particular system will really help in that respect. We have seen, for example, just the simple thing in our new electric buses being used on the City Loop, where they have a display in the bus which tells you what the next stop is. And that's updated as the bus travels around its route. Metro will have a system that will help provide up-to-date passenger information so that people know this sort of information. What is the next stop? Expected travel times, and also there's better coordination between services as well. So sort of like an air traffic control system for metro vehicles and buses on the network. So this is an important part of the system. It is something that will help complement all of the other changes that are being made with Metro. The great vehicles, the latest technology, fully electric bi-articulated vehicles, the infrastructure upgrades, the bus network and transport network changes that will be made, they all come together with this to become a system that provides a better service for the customers and the transport users of Brisbane. Item H is major amendment plan package I, which is primarily relating to the Camp Hill zoning. And so, as councillors would be aware, we've been working with the community since 2018 on this proposal.
Lord Mayor, your time has expired.
Move for an extension.
An extension of time has been proposed by Councillor Adams, seconded by Councillor Landers. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
And those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor, further 10 minutes.
Yeah, look, I won't take further 10 minutes. This submission is the last one I wanted to address. Relates to primarily to planning changes in a part of Camp Hill, and that's about protecting the character of that wonderful part of our city. And this particular proposal, effectively, it was one of those things that I guess councils rarely do. They're effectively getting downzoned in this, and so it's only something that is done with the support of the community. So they're potentially losing development rights, and that's why there was a very stringent and strict survey and community consultation process used for this, and we got the required level of community support for that. And so I think it's a good outcome that was involving residents having a say on protecting the character of their area. So these changes will see just over 400 properties in this part of Camp Hill rezoned from low medium density to predominantly character residential. So a different type of zoning and a more stringent, strict zoning. The amendment also contains some other citywide changes, including updates to the heritage overlay to include new local heritage listings and updates to existing heritage places. The addition of 10 buildings that are identified as being constructed prior to 1911. So that's being added to the pre-1911 building overlay, and updates to the traditional building character and commercial character overlays to capture more traditional sites across the city. Public consultation on the entire package took place between 24th of August and 20th of September last year. Council received a total of 144 submissions on the proposed amendment. 139 were in relation to the proposed rezoning of Camp Hill, of which 123 supported the changes, with 16 opposing the changes. State government has reviewed the package and granted approval for these amendments to be adopted. So I think a good outcome there for the character of our city. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. Just at the outset, I'd like some of these taken seriatim. I'll just run through them. So it would be Clause A by itself.
Please read them all and I'll repeat them back.
Yeah, so Clause A by itself, clauses C, F and G together, and then the others B, D, E and H together for voting.
I'll now repeat that back for clarity and the benefit of the group. A, seriatim for voting on A alone, and then B, D, E and H together for voting, and then C, F and G for voting.
Yep.
Please proceed.
Thanks very much, Chair. So I'll run through all of these items. Clause A is the contracts and tendering report to council, which we again have some considerable concerns with, as we do each and every month. These come through, and I'll run through some of those concerns that the people of Brisbane, I'm sure, would share as well. We've got a major contract for insurance on the Metro project, a $12 million insurance bill for the Metro. That's double the entire corporate insurance program of $6 million. So council's entire corporate insurance program that covers all of the operations the council ordinarily does is $6 million. And then when this Lord Mayor's signature personal project comes online, we now have to fork out an additional $12 million. So I think that says something about the way in which insurance providers particularly see how this administration, how this LNP administration can handle major projects. They've probably looked at things like previous IT projects and looked at things like Kingston Smith Drive and said, these guys are a major risk to a project. So those insurance costs are significant, Chair. And we'll come back to Metro a little later on with that other item coming through as well. There's 4 years, including this contracts document, 4 years worth of event management services being contracted out. Council runs an awful lot of events. Used to have this capability to be able to do more of this work and provide a lot of those companies and people that work for them stable and secure employment in providing that. And that would be something significant for a lot of those people that are in that industry that are currently out of work. So again, this sort of basic work that council could be doing in-house is being contracted out and adding to the insecure nature of work that we're seeing here in Brisbane at the moment. Other basics like street, footpath and bikeway sweeping is being contracted out. $8 million worth of labour that's being contracted out to, again, add to that insecure and casual work that we're seeing rather than providing those basic services in-house. You can imagine how an $8 million contract like that could be delivered in-house and the kind of secure jobs and the nimble and flexible workforce the council has control over could be deployed around our city. And Chair, that's what Labor would be doing. We see in here the e-scooter and e-bike contract as well, with those revenue figures coming into council. We know the council under the LNP have pumped thousands of these bikes and scooters out onto the streets of Brisbane without providing suitable infrastructure that goes alongside them. real basic infrastructure like adequate footpaths, not just in the CBD, and we've seen those statistics recently in recent weeks about the number of injuries and collisions and issues between e-scooter and now e-bike riders and pedestrians around the city and inner city areas. But we know that with the broader rollout of these and the Lord Mayor wanting to roll these out into far-flung suburbs like 8 Mile Plains as well, that basic council infrastructure is not keeping up, and we are seeing a situation where users and pedestrians who are interacting with those users are being put in unsafe circumstances as well, and people are being seriously hurt. So as this revenue rolls in, we should be seeing, well, we should have seen already before this, before council under the LNP fell over themselves to implement these e-scooters and e-bike schemes. We should have seen this infrastructure upgraded, but we now, with this revenue coming in, that is an absolutely critical thing that needs to happen. And there's also $3.7 million for the delivery of covers, gully grates, frames, fittings and inlets, gully baskets, again, basic drainage works. And we certainly hope that these contracts have been awarded to local manufacturers. We know on basic council infrastructure, like playground components and ferry terminals, we see the propensity to engage companies at the lowest common denominator to import those items from overseas, and particularly at the moment we want to be supporting local manufacturing. The most egregious and recent example, of course, of that is the offshoring of bus manufacturing here in Brisbane, Chair. So we won't be supporting the contracts and tendering item before us today. Clause B, the road intersection at Wecker and Newnham Road, with the property resumptions that have come before us today, a total of 5 properties needed to be resumed for this upgrade, and all seems fine and dandy to us, so we'll be supporting this item. Clause C is the report of the Audit Committee. So this item, which the Lord Mayor says is the same item that comes through each and every time on the Audit Committee, and he has no problem with that. Well, we agree with him. It's the same old coming to council, but we won't be supporting that. And for the same reasons, the kind of secrecy around issues raised under the Audit Committee are not being fully disclosed to councillors. When we see items in these Audit Committee reports about specific items, we often call the file on them, and we're told that there was in fact no file and no documents to support these verbal briefings that were given by external people. There's more visitors to these audit committees than there are members. So we don't believe this process is robust enough, and given the kind of projects and probity that should have been done on council activities by a proper audit committee, and to have proper oversight on it, we just think that this leaves a lot to be desired, so we won't be supporting this item. Clause D is the Museum of Brisbane lease, an extension to the Museum of Brisbane, which is a wholly owned council corporation, a wholly owned council business, essentially, that is leasing space off council. So you would hope it was getting a good deal. The cost of the rent has decreased in the papers before us, so that's a good thing, but it's an interesting arrangement nonetheless. So we'll be supporting that item going through. The clause E, which is the parking control of traffic amending local law, which is coming back to council. We agree that the main reason that this local law was changed was to increase the penalties for people parking in designated disabled spots and parking spots. And we know that was initiated, as the Lord Mayor said, via the state government. What we don't appreciate, though, and I don't think residents appreciate, is when this LNP administration tacks on a whole heap of other fine increases to existing infringements as well, without talking about it. So when the Lord Mayor goes out and does his media and puts out his very well crafted media statements, he talks all about the increased fines to people parking in disability spots, which of course everyone supports that. We don't want to see people parking in those spots, taking them away from people who need them. but then secretly adds in 16 other increases in fines as well. And, he's sort of tried to explain that away today in saying that it's all to do with safety. Well, I think, any reasonable person out in the street, or if you ran this through the pub test, would probably differ and see that this for what it is, and increased revenue essentially for council. So we don't appreciate that, and I don't think the residents of Brisbane appreciate that. But given the well-supported increase to penalties for people parking in disability spots is included in this, we will be supporting this as we have before. But I want to put on record that this is a particularly sneaky way of putting in extra revenue for parking fines, and it's true to form for this LNP administration to do it in this way. Clause F is the interim report by the Queensland Audit Office. Now, the Lord Mayor has said today, Chair, that this is all hunky-dory, that the Queensland Audit Office has said everything's fine in council and nothing to see here. But what he fails to say is that the report from the Queensland Audit Office into this LNP Council's finances is only done, the audit is only done on the information that this LNP administration provides them. So they are auditing information they are provided. They're not coming in and doing forensic audits of council's finances and of council's projects and project management. They are just looking at what council is providing them. And even on that, they have identified deficiencies in the development of a number of policies and procedures, particularly for the Bushland Acquisition Fund. And this has all come about because the opposition, the Labor opposition, raised serious concerns around the way in which that fund had been used, had been politicised and had been misused, particularly to buy those blocks on...
Cassidy, your time has expired. An extension of time, I think, is proposed by Councillor Cook.
Second. Yep.
All those in favour of an extension of time, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
And those against, please say no and raise your hand. The ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy, a further 10 minutes, please.
Thanks, Chair. So the Queensland Audit Office had to drag this LNP Council kicking and screaming to develop policies and procedures, more robust policies and procedures around the Bushland Acquisition Fund in an aim to make sure that it was used for its proper purposes and it wasn't misused for political purposes, which we saw in the lead up to the last election. And still today in the papers before us today, they have noticed deficiencies in the development of those policies those policies that are there in place to stop that politicisation of that fund and that misuse of that fund. So we're deeply disappointed that council still has to be dragged kicking and screaming under the leadership of the LNP to use ratepayers' money properly, to actually use it for its intended purposes instead of on themselves and saving their political skin in a marginal LNP ward before an election, that it's actually used properly. And the Queensland Audit Office has said they are still not doing their job, this LNP Council. They've also noticed a lag in following up infrastructure charges and agreements. Interesting that developers are not being targeted as quickly for their charges as mum and dad small business owners out in the suburbs, all these people that are parking in these spots that are seeing 16 increases over those categories of fines. So this LNP administration doesn't miss a beat when collecting those rates, Chair, or fines for illegal dumping or parking illegally. But of course, when infrastructure charges fall by the wayside for developers, they're a bit slow. They're very slow in collecting them, which is something that the Queensland Audit Office has obviously found very interesting, and I'm sure the people of Brisbane do as well. So the LNP in this item, Chair, have shown what their priorities are, and we know that, and that's been well articulated. The LNP puts themselves first, developers second, and residents last each and every time. Clause G is this Stores Board submission about the contracting plan for the Metro system, which we've heard a bit about from the Lord Mayor today. So it's the entire system upgrade for the Metro, and yet another avoidable cost had this LNP administration plan this project and delivered it like it actually will end up being, which is a busway extension and getting some locally made electric buses to run on it rather than sourcing those buses from Europe. The contract has significant risks in the delivery of this system, and also a risk that the scope will change during the tender process. That's a no-brainer, obviously, because the scope of this project has had to change so many times. It's hard to keep track of it, Chair. When it was first announced by previous Lord Mayor Graham Quirk, it was, of course, going to be that big, grand underground subway system that was going to rival the Paris or the London Tube, apparently. Then that election came and went, and then it was still going to be some big, grand project with all these underground stations, and then that election came and went, and now it's going to be an extension to an existing busway that close the Victoria Bridge, and they'll do a 200-metre tunnel on Adelaide Street, and that's about it, Chair. So that scope has already changed so much that, of course, that there is a very high risk in this project that scope will be changed again. And we heard from Councillor Murphy earlier about the increases to patronage and how this is going to apparently deliver large dividends for Brisbane as we go into the 2032 Olympic Games and beyond. And he lets slip, and sometimes you forget this, Chair, this figure that's they're not often talked about because it's very underwhelming, but he lets slip that figure of 22,000 people an hour. Could be carried on the upgraded busway with this metro project, and that's up from about 19,000 people an hour now at the capacity of that busway. So for $1.2 billion, for all those jobs being offshored to Europe to build those $250 million worth of buses, instead of building them here in Brisbane, for all that money and all that time and all that bother, this LNP administration is only increasing the capacity on our busway network by 3,000 people an hour for $1.2 billion, and probably more by the time this project is wrapped up. So this Lord Mayor's fingerprints are obviously all over this project. It sounds an awful lot like all those other bungled projects that he has been in charge of, whether it was City Cycle or that IT contract or Kingston Smith Drive, Chair. So we have very little faith that this project will be delivered on time or on budget and deliver any of the claimed benefits at all. Clause H, finally, is the major amendment to Brisbane City Plan Package I, and this item means we should give a big congratulations to the people out there in this area who have, for years, as we've heard, years and years been fighting for this zoning change and supported by their very hardworking and active local councillor, Councillor Cook, in delivering this. And so this is a great outcome for this community because they have fought long and hard for it, and the outcome is in line with their expectations and their wants. But again, this is an example of how broken the planning system is in Brisbane. At every step of the way, the LNP administration tried to put roadblocks up and they tried to fight the community from getting the outcome they wanted. And in the end, this community that was supported by their local councillor were able to overcome all of those hurdles and those roadblocks that the LNP put in place. But therein lies neighbourhood planning generally and planning around Brisbane under this LNP administration. It is always themselves first and developers second, and those local communities last every single time. And while this is a good outcome and the Lord Mayor can say this is what the community wants, he can't hide from the fact that it shouldn't take a community this kind of work, this kind of their own money and effort in literally going door to door time and time again and trying to get the community on board with a change that they all wanted in the first place anyway. So, you know, while this is a good outcome here, residents should beware around the city in what is required to get this administration to actually listen. So it's a good outcome, we'll be supporting it, but we won't forget and we won't let the people of Brisbane forget what you and your administration, Lord Mayor, made them go through to get there.
Further speakers, Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I rise to enter the debate on item D and to address Council today about the Museum of Brisbane lease. As some background for Council, the Museum of Brisbane is one of our most iconic city venues and explores contemporary and historic Brisbane, Australia and its people through a program of art and social history, exhibitions, workshops, talks, tours and children's activities. And as we know, it's housed in the iconic Brisbane City Hall, and it's of course, it is the leading art museum around Brisbane. So it did open in October 2003 on the ground floor of City Hall, and it's now located in a purpose-built gallery. The Museum of Brisbane is on the top floor of the revitalised City Hall. It has 6 board members led by long-term chair Sally Ann Atkinson. And as the Lord Mayor mentioned before, it's proposed that Council enter a 5-year lease with 2 one-year options for the period 1st of July 2021 to the 30th of June 2026, and with those options for the 1st of July 2026 to the 30th of June 2027 and the 1st of July 2027 to the 30th of June 2028. And also, as the Lord Mayor mentioned, this aligns the funding agreement with the lease terms. Through you, Mr. Chair, we know that the community facilities and venues will continue to be responsible for the City Hall lease agreement, while connected communities will take on the responsibility of the funding agreement. And that's to ensure that the Museum of Brisbane can function in its capacity as the premier destination for Brisbane's art and history exhibitions. So I urge everyone to support this item. We were to have a tour of the Museum of Brisbane this morning in our committee, but unfortunately, of course, with COVID, that wasn't possible. But I do want to thank Renee Grace and her team, and also to Sally Ann Atkinson and the board for the amazing work that they do to promote this fantastic icon of the city of Brisbane. And we know that we're just having won the Olympics. We know that it's not just about sportsmanship, but it's about lifestyle. And I think there's no better way of proving that than by having a visit to the Museum of Brisbane. So I wholeheartedly support this, and I recommend it to the chamber. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I rise to speak on all of the items if I have time. I will start with the Museum of Brisbane lease, though, because I did listen to Councillor Howard with some interest, and also the Lord Mayor in his speech. We are offering the Museum of Brisbane a 5-year lease with a 2 one-year options renewal, and we're charging them a phenomenal amount of money to be in their location on level 2 and level 3 of City Hall. Now, they've previously had a 4-year lease. Listening to Councillor Howard, we've just heard repeatedly the use of the word iconic. We heard the leading art museum of Brisbane, and all these other accolades about the Museum of Brisbane, which are absolutely true. It is a fundamentally wonderful space that offers great programs for our community and our schools. What I don't understand is why my local rugby club has a longer lease than the Museum of Brisbane. They've got a 10-year lease on their sporting field. Or why the Broncos, I think they've got a 20 or 25-year lease on their sporting field. So the big issue that I have is that what Councillor Howard has just said about the Museum of Brisbane is so very true. It's a critically important part of our council's cultural offering to the residents of Brisbane. But Council, the organisation, is disrespecting them with these short-term leases at huge market rates. That is wrong. When the local footy club gets a better lease deal than the Museum of Brisbane, that sends a pretty clear message to the arts community that you favour sport over art. And no matter how many platitudes you put out there about how iconic it is and how great it is, when it's come time to support them physically and financially, you shortchange them with a short lease at astronomical prices. I actually think that's quite appalling. And when I read it, I could not believe it was only 5 years. I mean, what are we going to kick them out? Let's give them, they've been planning I bet you they would be planning exhibitions well beyond that 5-year time frame. They're a long-term planning organisation, and I just think it is so disrespectful that this council claims it supports the arts and then offers them a short-term lease of 5 years, shorter than your average local suburban footy club, and charges them market rates to do so. I say shame on this council. And, you know, with all the praise for the board, I say to the board, wake up. What are you doing? Why are you shortchanging your own organisation by agreeing to a lease that is on worse terms than the local footy club? Something's really, really wrong here. And I suspect it's because they've got all their mates appointed on the board and no one wants to rock the boat. But guess what? Someone should be rocking the boat because this is Brisbane's leading art museum. It is iconic. It's fabulous. But it's not being supported in the way it should be by the LNP administration. And as I said, when my local footy club's got a longer lease than the Museum of Brisbane, something's very wrong with those priorities. I also want to speak on item G, which is the significant contracting plan for the Brisbane Metro and systems integration. So I don't trust the LNP administration to actually deliver this. Given how much they've botched the delivery of this project over the past 5 years, it fills me with dread to think about how the IT is going to be managed by this council. It is extremely concerning to me that there is so much complexity involved in this. New systems to oversee existing systems and to integrate between multiple systems. So, you know, so we've got a brand new $1.3 billion bus network that doesn't talk to any other part of council. So you would have thought maybe that they'd work some of that out, you know, prior to getting to this point. So now it's going to be like all the other council IT that we've got, which is going to be a patch on this, so it talks to that, and then a patch on this, so it talks to the other two things. And who knows how that's actually going to work. But what concerned me most is in paragraph 56 on page 14 of this report. And again, it is something that is listed as part of the Brisbane Metro, but this council is refusing to publicly discuss, and that is the revised bus network. So we're 5 years into this project, and we know that there are 125 different bus services that are going to be cut in the city. That's cut altogether. And we know that there are more that will be truncated on the south side, meaning residents in many suburban areas will be forced to catch at least 2 and possibly 3 bus services to get to their end destination. Now, 5 years into this, we've had no discussion with our community about what this new bus network is going to look like, how it will operate, and how it will impact on local residents. And it continues to be a matter of secrecy that this administration is doing that behind the scenes and not discussing it with Brisbane residents. There are a lot of new councillors here, and they won't remember what happened in 2011 when the last major bus review was undertaken. The state government started it. Scott Emerson found out pretty quickly that he stuffed it up. He handballed it across to Graham Quirk and the Lord Mayor, and then they cut bus services all around the city. I've never, ever seen in all my 13 years more outrage from Brisbane residents than when...
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Adams.
Thank you. I'd just like to, point of order, bring forward the relevancy of this debate around a Brisbane Metro management system.
Thank you. Councillor Johnston, please ensure that your comments are relevant to the matter at hand. Councillor Johnston.
Yep. And how the Brisbane Metro is managed, according to Councillor Adams, doesn't really impact on bus services delivered out in our area. So, look, I'll push on. It's in the report. And I even said the paragraph and page. So let me be clear that the last time the administration did this, it caused massive disquiet in our community. And I fear the same is going to happen. This administration needs to come clean now about the impact of the revised bus network on our community. And it needs to start a long-term conversation so we understand what the impacts of the metro on the new network are going to be. And they've been hiding this to date. I just want to speak very briefly on the the Queensland Audit Office report. I too read the report, and I think the Lord Mayor's disappeared off the call, off the Zoom meeting for council, but I don't think he'd read the same report that we were given in our papers, because that report was quite critical of numerous aspects of council's service delivery, particularly concerning in repeated criticisms around something called privilege accounts. Now, I presume these are accounts where people have access to bank transfers and payments, and quite a lot of money, I presume, goes on behind the scenes. So the Audit Office has been quite critical of those issues, and council has had problems with theft in different parts of councils previously. So I think there is a bit of an issue here. The Lord Mayor would like you to think that it's business as usual, but it certainly does not appear to be the case when you look at what the Queensland Audit Office has said. And again, we don't have access to what happens in the Audit Committee reviews. I've given up asking, but every time I say I'm happy to go on the Audit Committee, I'd love to know how the finances of this council work, but the only people on it are the people appointed by the LNP and senior council officers. So, there's not really any independent scrutiny from councillors here before us in the chamber. I just want to speak briefly on item H as well, which is the major amendment to City Plan Package I. I'm really happy for Councillor Cook's residents who campaigned to have additional areas included within the character residential zone. I note that there are a huge amount of low to medium density sites that are being put back into the character residential area, and that's a massive win. Where my community lobbied for that as part of the Fairfield Dutton Park neighbourhood plan, council ignored that, and we still got...
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired. Are there any further speakers? Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I figuratively rise to speak on items B and E, the items before us. As the Leader of the Opposition said, item B, in his estimation, all seems fine and dandy. Indeed it is. This is to a significant project under the Better Roads for Brisbane budget line with support from the federal government. The Newman Road, Wecker Road intersection, Mount Gravatt East, has been a long-standing project of that the council has supported, and we're very pleased to now have federal government support for undertaking these works. The item before us relates to a resumption, and council did approve back in November 2020 for an application to the state for the resumption of part of 5 private residential properties for road purposes. Unfortunately, this is one of those projects that does require to make the intersection work additional land, and it does require that additional properties. And this item before us today relates to one particular property that has subsequently, the resident has requested council resume the balance of the land rather than a part of the land, which was the original intention. We're pleased to support this, pleased to see the opposition is supporting it in this place. We would ask the opposition if they could prevail upon Minister Scott Stewart, the Minister for Resources, to pull his finger out on approving these resumptions, because they hit the paperwork sitting on his desk that is for approval from the State Minister for Resources is slowing down our delivery of these projects. And I would urge the opposition here, if they do believe,
as they've said that this project is fine and dandy, that they make that clear to their friends down in George Street. That support will be greatly appreciated. Mr. Chair, the other item E, relates to the proposal that we first saw in June to increase the penalties for parking in disability spaces. There has been, while the opposition has said it supports it, it did try to provide some blather about the other increases in fines that are attached to this. First up, I'll just report what the police said on this to follow through on what the Lord Mayor said. Thank you, says the Director of Strategy Policy for the Queensland Police Service. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the proposed local law amendment, parking and control traffic local law to align the penalty for the offence of stopping for a parking area for people with disabilities. As has been said, this aligns with state government policy, and we are now in lockstep with the state government in terms of the fines that are attached to that offence, which I think everybody agrees with. The other penalties that the Leader of the Opposition referred to as gouging, or words to that effect, effectively are all two measures if motorists park in the manner that these fines are attached to are unsafe. They're parking in contravention of an indication given by an emergency vehicle sign. They're stopping on clearways. They're parking in bus zones. These are the things that have had a slight increase in penalties, which I believe the majority of the residents of Brisbane would support us in making sure that our traffic moves safely and freely. That's what these measures are about. Yes, we all support not parking in disability spaces, but we should all support also not parking in clearways, which impedes traffic flow, not parking in bus zones, which impedes the movement of public transport. So that's what this is about. We're pleased to see on both these items that we have support from the opposition, and I can concur that both of these items are indeed, Mr. Chair, fine and dandy. I recommend them to the chamber.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Landers.
Mr. Chair, I move that council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have left the meeting.
It's been moved by Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Hutton, that this council now adjourn for the purpose of afternoon tea for a period of 15 minutes commencing when all councillors have left the meeting. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Are there any further speakers to the ENC? Councillor Shree.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on the traffic local laws. Sorry, I've just got to remind myself what number of the report that was. Anyway, ENC report. I think it's item E, and I'm basically just wanted to highlight a particular concern I have about how this local law is working in practice, particularly in terms of people with a disability. And I wanted to draw the Lord Mayor's attention to this one. I believe it might already be on the radar of Councillor Marks, but basically the problem relates to the interaction between the state government disability permits and council's enforcement system. Because what we've seen recently is that the council is now using the cameras on their patrolling cars, which automatically detect license plates, and then they link with the metered system. And if someone hasn't put their rego number into the parking meter system, then a fine is kind of issued automatically. Oh, there's a bit of noise on the system. Sorry, I think that's me. Just wait for that.
It's definitely them. Don't worry.
Yeah. Okay. The issue though is that when someone has a state government issued disability parking permit, that should allow them to park in certain metered parking areas without paying for parking. That's sort of the way the system is meant to work. There are these exceptions set up. So if you have a disability permit displayed on the front of your car, you can park there even if you haven't paid. But those state government issued disability permits aren't directly connected to the council's record of permits. So unlike the digital resident parking permits and the digital visitor permits, that particular kind of state government issued disability parking permit is still a physical permit, and it's connected to the individual rather than necessarily to the registration number. So an individual might carry that parking permit with them, and when they're traveling in a particular car, they put that disability parking permit on the dashboard. So it's there if anyone cares to look. But if a parking inspector is in their car driving around and via the camera system, the car is automatically scanning rego plates and deciding that no, that car hasn't paid for parking, therefore we're going to issue a fine. There's a problem there where the whole system is automated. So no one actually checks whether there's still a disability permit on the dashboard of the car. And what we found in conversation with council officers is that where this is happening, the system is automatically issuing the permits. And then the expectation is that those individual disabled residents have to go through the significant hassle of challenging those fines after they've been issued. So even though that resident has in good faith left the permit on the dashboard, they've got the permit, they're eligible to park there, they're getting issued a fine, and then council is saying, well, you have to challenge the fine. And when they challenge the fine is overturned. But that's a significant time cost and a significant hassle for someone with a disability. And so hopefully that makes sense. If any of the councillors responsible aren't understanding, feel free to ask me a question. But it'd be great to hear some clarification, perhaps from Councillor Marks or the Lord Mayor, whether you're aware of this issue, and if so, what we're doing about it, because the automated system that relies on digital permits being registered within the council database doesn't work for those state government issued disability permits because they're not digitally connected to the car's registration number. So that actually means that we can't rely on those automatic fines being issued. We actually need the council officers to get out and inspect car dashboards to see if there's a disability permit there, rather than just assuming that a car which is parked in a metered parking bay and hasn't paid for parking, rather than assuming that that car is automatically there illegally and that a fine should be issued. I know this might seem like a small and technical issue, but this is a serious equity and social justice issue. And it highlights a significant flaw in the entire automated fine system. Because if it's the case that council's automated system that relies on the cameras and the cars driving around, if it's the case that that system is issuing a significant number of fines wrongly, then that whole system is called into question. So, yeah, this is particularly a concern for any kind of permit that's not necessarily connected to the registration of the vehicle digitally. That would include the physical, old school physical visitor permits, and it would include the state government disability permits, and a number of other smaller permit systems that are operating. But it's pretty poor that council is automatically issuing those fines and then expecting people to go to the hassle of challenging them. So hopefully we'll get a response from Councillor Marks or one of the other councillors on that. And just briefly on the item, the city plan amendment package regarding the rezoning, as the Lord Mayor mentioned, just wanted to highlight that this is indeed another example of council reducing development yield on privately owned sites via a zoning mechanism, and I support that move. I support the decision to change zoning, but just want everyone to be very clear that what we're doing here is voting through a city plan amendment that might reduce the property values for some residents, and in some cases might significantly reduce their property values, and that's an okay thing to do, and that's what we should also be doing for a lot of larger landowners where we don't support the style of development or the scale of development that's currently allowed on particular sites. There are a number of sites in the inner city, and for example, the ACI glass factory at South Bank would be one example where it is appropriate to change the zone into parkland in order to reduce the site's value. And that's an appropriate and acceptable measure in order to acquire that land back for parkland. But I don't want to digress too far. I'll leave.
Further speakers? Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would like to speak on Clause H, the Major Amendment to Brisbane City Plan, Major Amendment Package I, and specifically about the Camp Hill rezone. Mr. Chair, this is an issue that arose back in 2018. It was actually prior to me becoming a councillor, and I met with residents at that time, and they expressed concerns about the redevelopment in their local area and the small pocket of streets within Camp Hill that were at that time subject to a number of DAs which they had concerns about. They were concerned about the destruction of the character of their local area and wanted to know what they could do about it. We had a lot of discussions at that time, and we went through the options, and it became very clear that local community was very passionate about this issue and were prepared to do whatever it took to see these changes become a reality. Here we are, almost, over 3 years later, and this change today is thanks to the efforts of my local community, and particularly I want to thank Lindsay, Alex, Alana and Tonti, who pounded the pavement. They knocked on doors, they made phone calls, they held meetings, they did everything in their power to ensure that residents knew about these changes and ensured that they participated in the multiple surveys that council provided to the community. They had signs on their fences, they letterboxed. Mr. Chair, this community really banded together, and I'm just so proud of them. I'm proud of our local community for standing up for something that they believed in and fighting over a number of years. We even had residents who moved out of the area who continued with this campaign even after relocating. So it's an extraordinary effort, and I think I just want to echo what Councillor Cassidy said. It was not easy. The requirements that they needed to meet in terms of the percentages of support at every hurdle was incredibly difficult for that community, and they got there. So I just want to say a big thank you to my community. I'm very proud of them. I think that this is a great example for perhaps other parts of the city to follow if they are concerned about the way city plan is being implemented in their local area. And that is all I will say on that today, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I rise to speak on item H today and touch on item D as well. Look, can I just start with item H today? And this is again a reflection, as the Lord Mayor said earlier today, on our absolute commitment to protecting the unique history and character of Brisbane, and also how important it is to engage with our residents and bring them on the journey as we plan for the future. So this is an amendment package, as been mentioned, that will further protect our city's tin and timber housing and our local heritage zoning. The changes to Camp Hill zoning will result in Camp Hill zone survey and subsequent investigations undertaken by council. It was the first of its kind. It came off the back of some work that the former councillor Shane Sutton had done in the Norman Park area with our neighbourhood plan. And this was the first time outside of a neighbourhood plan, though, that we reached this stage of zoning survey. And it's clear the community showed us what type of housing they wanted to see in their suburbs. It has been zoned low, medium density for nearly 50 years. So a very long time it has been zoned that it can go higher than what's there at the moment, but it has retained most of the traditional tin and timber character housing in that area. So when residents came to council and they expressed their concerns about townhouses or units taking away from the character, that we were working hard to knock back by council, and then we received a petition with the 500 signatures. We did move through the discussion about surveying and potential zoning changes to the properties in Camp Hill as well. This is more than nearly half of the 450 property owners were in favour of the proposal to change the zoning to character residential and ultimately restrict, as we said, or downzone this area from apartment buildings and townhouses being built to ensure that the two-story character homes remain the primary form of any of the builds around there as well. So it was a very impressive grassroots campaign. I agree with Councillor Cook, the local community made sure they got out there as well, and there was an unwavering interest to make sure that we got it right. I do now just have to say, though, that I'm hearing from Councillor Cassidy and from Councillor Cook the hurdles they had to cross, how hard it was to get through all of the consultation. It seems from Councillor Cassidy that if he agrees it needs to be done, we don't need to consult. However, what we do need to do is follow the State Planning Act. And we had very, very clear legislative hurdles that we do have to follow every time we look at an amendment package, whether it be for zoning in Camp Hill, industrial strategy, a neighbourhood plan. All of those have very strict legislative requirements. So every one of those hurdles was set upon those residents by the State Planning Act. Of course, we did go out a couple of times to make sure everybody got the letters and they understood exactly what was being proposed. We wanted to make sure that they were supportive as well. So I'm sorry, but I will not apologise for the in-depth consultation that we do with our community when it comes to any type of neighbourhood planning. And I think it's interesting, as I mentioned, that Councillor Cassidy believes it was a waste of time doing all of that consultation, because obviously if the ALP believe it needs to be done, we shouldn't have to consult. Regardless of that, it is a great win for the community and an even greater win for Brisbane. As the Lord Mayor mentioned, there are other parts of the amendment package there that include heritage overlay, including new heritage listings and identifying pre-1911 houses, 10 of those that we are making sure that they have the overlays on, and some commercial character overlays. So the changes will come into effect in the planning scheme from the 3rd of September. The amendment package has been received by state government, and this is the last step to move it in to be adopted to the city plan as well. I did just sort of also touch on item D that is before us today, the Museum of Brisbane. I was very fortunate during my time to be Chair of Lifestyle and work with the wonderful team in the Museum of Brisbane, and also the board in the Museum of Brisbane, who do an absolute fantastic job in that space as well. I have to say, the one thing I will say that I agree with Councillor Johnson on one thing, and that is that it is the premier museum in the city of Brisbane, and they do an absolutely spectacular job. But there is a very, very different point to be made between our local sporting clubs and the Museum of Brisbane. We fund the Museum of Brisbane. We fund the museum to the tune of many, many dollars, which I can't announce under commercial in confidence, but it's in the budget book. And councillors know the many millions of dollars that we support the Museum of Brisbane and Sunpack and the Powerhouse as our premier cultural opportunities that are supported by Brisbane City Council. We don't fund the sports clubs. They are on peppercorn lease and they get extended terms, in some cases directly due to their investment in the facilities that they do, that gives the community a benefit without a cost to council. So let us not go back and say they should be having longer compared to our sports club. That is apples and oranges. What they have is a 5-year funding agreement, amply supported by a proud city council, a Schrinner council that supports the arts and always has, tied obviously to the budget book, but they are happy with that because they know that the Schrinner council will never not fund them. And we will be there when the 1-year options come up to make sure that they are funded suitably for the many years to come. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to speak on 3 areas, Clause D, Clause F and Clause H, if I have time. The first one in relation to Clause D is the Museum of Brisbane. And it was interesting to hear a lot of recognition of Sally Ann. The person who wasn't recognised was David Hinchcliffe, who was a previous councillor who worked very hard to get that up and running. And I'm not sure whether the Liberal Party opposed that at the time. I know they did oppose the powerhouse at the time, but it's now good to hear they're on side saying it's the premier destination of art and culture in Brisbane. So some good news there, but we shouldn't forget the work of David and the Labor team in getting that set up. Second thing I'd like to talk about is item F or clause F in relation to the Audit Committee. As Shadow Chair of the Environment Committee, we have many concerns with the way that the bushland acquisition money is spent and the fact that only 18% of that money is actually used on purchasing bushland, which we believe the majority of residents would be horrified to hear. So as Councillor Cassidy said in relation to the Queensland Audit Office report, it actually says that there are issues. Everything isn't hunky-dory with council, as the Lord Mayor had indicated, and that there are issues with the Bushland Acquisition Fund. And in particular, we believe there's issues with transparency, with political decisions being made there. And certainly I know there was an article in The Australian last year that actually did an investigation where they found that the majority of money was spent in LNP wards. It's not transparent and it doesn't seem to be working as part of any particular strategy for environmental conservation management strategy for our city. So I would like to ask the administration, the Lord Mayor or Councillor Davis to actually provide us with a briefing, maybe in the Environment Committee, with regards to new policies and procedures that are underway with these changes. It'd be interesting to the Audit Committee has obviously picked up that there are problems. It's saying these problems have been resolved with new policies and procedures. And it would be interesting for the councillors who sit on that committee to have a presentation about those changes. Let's see how transparent it is and let's see what actions are being taken to improve this. Surely we're all about getting better outcomes for residents of Brisbane. And finally, clause H in relation to the city plan changes in Camp Hill. I was heartened to see these changes going through and congratulate Councillor Cook and her colleague before her, Councillor Sutton. That's a big achievement and a big win for the local community. And it was interesting to hear the Lord Mayor and then Councillor Adams say, we're saving character. We're looking after character. Hundreds of homes in this area. Then I would say that you need to jump on board and save the 300 character homes that are under threat in Maruka, Salisbury and Nathan with your latest neighbourhood plan. Residents are very upset about it, and I really think now is the time, rather than go through this reverse process, of actually saving those houses in that suburb that I represent. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Murphy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm excited to speak on 2 items before us. Item G, the Metro System Significant Contracting Plan. And if I get the time, just briefly on item A. Well, as I said in my answer to Councillor Huang today, Metro presents a once-in-a-generation opportunity to change the way people travel to and within Brisbane by offering a new high-capacity, high-frequency turn-up-and-go service. As we know, Brisbane is growing, and so is the demand for faster, more efficient public transport. For public transport customers, Brisbane Metro will mean more reliable and more frequent services, better connections to a range of destinations across the inner city and suburbs, and an improved customer experience. The Metro project has 5 key elements. I've spoken about them before in this chamber. The vehicles, the major infrastructure, the network, the policy and operations, and finally, the systems. And this is all about the systems today. The systems is one of the components that we haven't talked about as much, but we should, because it's truly fundamental to the smooth operation of Metro in Brisbane. At the moment, Council has several transport-related systems in place already, but none have been designed to provide the real-time situational awareness and automation that's necessary to support a high-frequency turn-up-and-go service operating sophisticated electric vehicles. Currently, communicating vehicle status, incidences and issues is done manually by vehicle operators reporting in by radio to the NCC, the Network Coordination Centre. And then there's the passenger information, which is managed by TransLink and provided by TransLink. So there's no real-time information that's provided on our buses directly to customers. So with no shared common single source of truth for the overall status and situational awareness of a vehicle, what we're left with is fragmented, unreliable, and often inaccurate information being provided to customers. Procuring a new transport management system will ensure that Brisbane Metro operates efficiently and effectively while delivering a seamless experience for our customers. We're calling the system the Brisbane Metro Management System, and it has a lot of moving parts that need to operate seamlessly to ensure that Metro functions smoothly. The Brisbane Metro Management System is a transport management system that brings together all the components relating to bus operations, infrastructure, and scheduling to support more efficient operations, services, and improved customer experiences. The system will integrate information to form a single shared source of truth, near real-time situational awareness, and improve customer experience by providing a number of different customer-facing pieces of information to our passengers on the network. Both the nature of the high-frequency turn-up-and-go service and the type of vehicles will introduce new technology, new operational requirements, and new application data sources which need to be integrated and managed by Transport for Brisbane. For example, we need to integrate the charging technology, the HES cloud-based data about the vehicles, their onboard passenger information displays, and the Metro service management. We need to be able to effectively monitor selected data to and from Brisbane Metro vehicles, including vehicle telematics, their location, the status of their CCTV, passenger announcements, and information and safety alerts, both on the vehicle and throughout the wider network. For example, if there was a fire in a busway, we could alert the vehicles that were running ahead of schedule to get them to stop and not enter a tunnel. We'll also need selected data from the end-of-trip charging facilities, busway and tunnel systems, depot systems, and station systems. Our Metro data will need to link into TransLink systems to provide real-time situational awareness to TransLink. The key to operating Metro effectively will be to integrate these data sources into a single management system. Integration services is the technical equivalent of ICT plumbing, connecting the various technical components that make up the Brisbane Metro technical ecosystem. Without an integrated system, there would be far too many application user interfaces, or APIs, as you may have heard, and too many manual interactions with the data and the technology. It would be simply too messy to manage well, and it would deliver a poorer passenger experience for our customers. But our Metro will be all about the passengers, which is why we need to get the systems behind the scenes working well. Implementing intelligent transport systems will ensure travellers can easily navigate their way around busy stations like King George Square and the Cultural Centre Station. A well-developed passenger information system is going to drive customers towards Metro and make them want to choose to travel via Metro. The item before us is the significant contracting plan for the management system that will do that. Council undertook a market sounding process in April 2021, where suppliers were invited to provide information regarding their overall capability to provide the kind of system needed for Metro. The process confirmed that there is sufficient market capability, capacity, and interest to expect quality, competitive tenders. As can be seen in the SCP document, the proposed procurement strategy has 3 stages, including an EOI, expression of interest phase, an RFP, request for proposals phase, and then early contractor involvement to properly define the scope of this project. The ECI will offer a good opportunity for shortlisted proponents to further develop their proposals and to provide hardware and software to demonstrate proof of concepts, system functionality, and performance to provide fully priced binding offers. Council is expecting to release the EOI in early August, so we're looking forward to getting this procurement process underway. And Chair, just before I wrap up, I did want to just talk about some of the comments from the opposition on Metro systems. So we heard Councillor Cassidy say very clearly here today that systems integration, IT work for Brisbane Metro was an avoidable cost. That is what he said. He said it was an avoidable cost. So none of this would need to happen had we just bought some electric buses and put them on the busway. So you've heard previously what Labor's solution for Brisbane solution for fixing the public transport problems in Brisbane was, and that was not to invest in the busway. It was to shut down the busway for several years to build a light rail proposal. Now what you're hearing is them retreat from the large project space altogether. Their proposal to fix the public transport congestion issues in Brisbane is to put some electric buses on the busway. That is the grand vision from Councillor Cassidy, because he's scared for some reason to undertake an IT project. And, you know, I understand why the Labor opposition team aren't exactly the brains trust. This would be a very significant, a very difficult project for them to undertake and manage effectively. But thank God we have the experience, the leadership on this side of the chamber to actually manage this project. And we have a strong track record of delivering major infrastructure projects on time and budget. We built $7 billion worth of projects in the last decade. This project is our most complex. There's no doubt about that. But we can and we will manage this project. And this IT side of things, yes, it is challenging. There will be, I'm sure, there will be challenges that our engineers will need to resolve on the way. But just because something is hard doesn't mean that it should not be done. And Brisbane Metro is a project that needs to be done. It needs to be done because the state government are not investing in the busway network. And if we don't do it, nobody will. Nobody will, Chair. Now, we also had some commentary from Councillor Johnson. She said this project scares the hell out of her. Well, I completely understand that, Chair, because Councillor Johnson can't seem to get her camera working for the Zoom meeting. She can't seem to work the phones in her ward office. You know, IT projects do scare her. Thank God she isn't managing this project, Chair, because that would be extremely concerning.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
And we have it again, Chair. She can't turn the microphone on. We see it again, Chair.
You are pathetic. Point of order. Is there still a point of order?
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Shree.
I'd ask you to rule on that. That was just completely uncalled for as a personal attack, and I don't think it demeans all of us when councillors start making fun of each other for having difficulties.
I agree with you, Councillor Shree. So better stop doing it.
No. We're not having conversations. Councillor, look, we'll just go back to basics. Councillor Johnson, do you have a point of order?
It would be very helpful, Mr. Chairman, if you didn't remotely turn my microphone off, which I know that you do. I've made a point of order, which is misrepresentation.
Okay. Councillor Murphy, please show due respect to other councillors as well. Councillor Murphy.
And Chair, then we have the absolute...
Point of order, Councillor Shree.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I would just ask that Councillor Murphy consider withdrawing his previous comment, because I don't think...
Councillor Murphy, will you withdraw your earlier remarks?
I'll withdraw, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy, please continue.
But, Chair, what we had was the disgusting scaremongering that Councillor Johnson has engaged with before on the bus network, saying there'll be 155 services cut as a result of the Metro operational network. We have said previously that is absolutely not true. That figure is completely made up. Councillor Johnson has gotten on radio and repeated it. It is wrong. It is not
Point of
true.
order,
It's
Mr.
not
Chairman.
part.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Councillor Murphy.
Chair, it is not true. It's not part of the project. And the more we hear that, the more I just think as we get into what will be the public-facing part of the Metro operational network that we'll need to introduce, we will have Labor councillors, we'll have independent councillors out there scaremongering in the community, telling them that this is going to be the worst thing ever to happen to them. And we see it again with Councillor Johnson today. Just briefly, Chair, on item A, Councillor Cassidy was trying to say that, you know, we needed insurance for Brisbane Metro because we can't manage projects or something like that. It was a cheap shot. It wasn't accurate, but it was a cheap shot. Look, corporate insurance that council takes out does actually not cover major projects. It only covers our projects up to $40 million.
Councillor
So
Murphy,
we've always
your
had to
time has
undertake
expired.
specialised insurance for major
Councillor
projects.
Murphy, your time has expired. Councillor Johnston, you have 2 items of misrepresentation. Please ensure your remarks are brief and don't appear to be you making a speech in response to that. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. On the first point of misrepresentation, Councillor Murphy said that I was scared of IT. That's clearly not the case. I am concerned about the LNP's botching of IT projects.
Thank you.
My second point of order is that Councillor Murphy said that I've said that there are 155 bus services that are being cut. I've never said that. It's 125 bus services in the feasibility report for the Brisbane Metro.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on this report? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I entered the debate on items C and item F. Turning to item C first, the Audit Committee report. This particular report stems from the Audit Committee meeting that was held on the 10th of June 2021 and is presented to Council in line with the City of Brisbane regulation. It's a regular report, as the Lord Mayor indicated earlier. Now, the Audit Committee review a range of council matters and also council's own audit report on operational risks and control measures. And in the report before you today, you'll see that there is a wide range of issues discussed and also a wide range of contributors, including the CEO, the CFO, and importantly, the QAO are attendees at that particular meeting. At the last meeting, Council's forward audit plan was presented and approved by the Audit Committee. I would also note that a decision was made that an independent member, Gail Jukes, would step into the role of Audit Committee Chair from the 1st of July and that the previous Chair, Paul Shipley, would become an independent director. And I'd also like to just acknowledge Paul's very valuable contribution to that particular committee. He's done a terrific job, and we thank Paul for his committee and also his involvement in supporting a smooth transition to Gail. I wanted to touch upon the Queensland Audit Office's involvement in our Audit Committee. We have an ongoing and very collaborative relationship with the Queensland Audit Office. They obviously attend the Audit Committee meetings and they provide us with really valuable insights. And their job is there to help enhance Council's operational controls and make sure that we are alert to any emerging risks. So it's a valuable relationship and it's one that's been in place for about 25 years. Moving on to item F, the QAO Interim Management Report for the year ended the 30th of June 2021. The QAO undertake this type of a report every year and provide us with an interim report. This is a process that's agreed between Council and the QAO to ensure that we meet all of our compliance requirements during the reporting period. And in this particular case, the QAO undertook their report as of the 18th of June and obviously have identified the key elements that Council needs to reference. Now, importantly, the QAO has acknowledged Council's controls as effective, both at an overall level, but also at the subcategory level. So their view, and rightly so, is that there are no significant deficiencies. And, while they've identified some matters that we need to address, that is pretty typical of an audit report. That's what they're there for. Their role is to help advise us and provide us with advice. So there are a number of issues that have been raised in previous years, and a number of those have already been resolved. There are a couple that we've still got in progress or waiting to have verified. So in line with what the Lord Mayor said earlier, this is a very strong report. It is recognised that all of our controls are effective. They haven't used one of the other rating categories, that they were partially effective or ineffective. They are considered to be effective. And I just wanted to turn to a comment that Councillor Cassidy made earlier. And there was a suggestion there that the information that Council was providing to the QAO was somehow incomplete. And I think that's offensive, not only to Council officers, but also to the skills and expertise of the QAO, who, they know their job. They audit not only every other council in Queensland, they also audit the state government. So to suggest that they are top of their game is, as I said, quite offensive. The QAO are extremely good at identifying the kinds of issues and the kind of information they need in order to conduct their audits. And as I said, to suggest that they aren't doing their job properly is very disappointing. Now, turning to the point on bushland, the bushland levy, the report clearly states that the issue is resolved and it's pending ratification by the QAO. So I think the suggestion that that's still a live issue is unfortunate. There was also a suggestion that there were infrastructure charges that weren't being collected and that the development industry was somehow getting a free ride. That's absolute nonsense. There was no suggestion in the QAO's minute on this, when they first identified it, that there was actually a lack of collection of infrastructure charges. In fact, quite the opposite applied. This was actually about the register that sort of captures future infrastructure charges. And they actually picked up that there were developers on there or infrastructure charges listed on there for developments that have been withdrawn. Now, infrastructure charges don't actually get paid until the development starts. So in effect, they haven't mentioned in their report that this had anything to do with the non-collection of infrastructure charges. So, quite honestly, it's disappointing that you aren't reading the reports and that you aren't reading what the QAO is saying. So I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Further speakers? Councillor Marx.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I'm going to speak briefly on item E, the parking and control of traffic amending local law. So while this amendment to the local law has been driven out of the infrastructure chair's portfolio, it will of course be CARS officers who are responsible for its implementation in terms of the issuing of infringement notices. And I'd like to echo the comments made by the Chair of Infrastructure that the intent is to increase the penalty amount for offences that relate to the safety of other road users. Through you, Mr. Chair, I noticed Councillor Cassidy mentioned that he thinks residents of Brisbane would not support officers out there working on this and finding people, or at least actively educating people for parking illegally. I'm not sure which council, what his residents are like, but I certainly know from our side of things, at least all 19 councils on our side, I'm continually getting requests, not only from the councillors on behalf of their residents, but also my own residents and school PNCs consistently for more than 9 years about the fact that they want us to go out there enforcing these illegal behaviours. So we don't make any apology for continuing to enforce illegal behaviour. It's not a wholesale increase across all the offences. For example, overstaying a parking limit is unaffected by these changes. And as you will have read the Lord Mayor's media release yesterday about the parking meters actually being turned off while we're in this COVID situation. So if you're going into the city and you have to, as a frontline worker, you will not be required to pay for any parking. It is the increase for people who park in a disability area unlawfully. Now, the Chamber may be interested to know that our officers are talking with the state government to ensure enforcement when it comes to disability permits or the lack thereof is made easier. As the Lord Mayor flagged when he wrote to Minister Bailey earlier this year, our officers still do not have access to the state government's live disability permit register. So this means for enforcement purposes, we are entirely reliant on the physical permit being present to make a determination as to whether they are permitted to park in that spot or not. So this goes through you, Mr Chair, what Councillor Shree was talking about earlier, and I do note that his office has been in touch with the officers regarding this very thing and issue, and has raised it again here in the debate in chambers today. But as you can imagine, in the hot sun, permits sometimes will fall off. They've got that little wee plasticky, sticky thing that I suggest you maybe use a bit of saliva to stick on your windscreen, and they also fade, which is another problem. So we find ourselves in this unfortunate position where persons with a disability need to contact council to have their infringement revoked, which of course we always do. But again, through you, Mr Chair, as the Councillor Shree has pointed out, that's not the best situation that we find ourselves. Again, we are writing to the state government to see if they can work with us to address this issue. That we want the state government to address it promptly, and we'll provide access to our parking officers the need to that database. This is considered, as I've said before, something that council officers are taking very seriously. They don't consider it a small issue. We are working with the state to try and deal with this. So I am hopeful of having a meeting sooner rather than later with the minister, or at least his senior officers, on this matter so that it can be addressed. Yes, we are moving forward in a sort of a high-tech mobile world, but we do still have to make allowances for situations like that, and we need to move forward on that. We've got the same situation with car registration stickers no longer required on vehicles. It's the same scenario, but we now have to work on the disability one. So I do want to mention that I want to thank Councillor Shree for bringing it up to my attention again. Having said that, the Lord Mayor had previously brought it up with the Minister some months ago, and we will continue to follow that up with the Minister and hope that we can get some immediate resolution for it. I also want to reiterate, while the parking meters are turned off, illegal parking in bus stops and yellow and loading zones will not be tolerated, and that is something that the Lord Mayor is quite agreed on. We're more than happy to support those frontline workers who need to park in the city, but it's the illegal parking and the legal behaviour that we will continue to monitor and go after. So I would suggest all councillors and their residents would support us in that endeavour. Thank you, and I'm happy to put the report to chambers, support it. Thank you.
Further speakers? Anyone at all? The Lord Mayor. I'll now put the items. Please, this may be a little bit tricky, so please pay attention as best you can. All those in favour of item A, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Councillor. Thank you. Please lower your hands, and all those against, please say no and raise your hands.
Aye.
Thank you. And just for completeness, those abstaining, please identify that you're abstaining. This isn't moving. He's not moved in some time. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Thank you. Clerks, please read the result when you are ready. Oh, yeah.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 19 in favour, 1 against and 4 abstentions.
The ayes have it. On items B, D, E and H. B, D, E and H. All those in favour, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
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 And thank you. And those against, please say no and raise your hand. The ayes have it. Thank you. And on items C, F, and G, all those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Thank you. And all those against, please say no and raise your hand.
No.
The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy. Anyone? And I think Councillor
Division.
Cook. Thank you, Councillor Cook. All right. All those in favour, please say aye and raise your hand and hold it there clearly so it may be counted.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Shouldn't you ring the bells in case somebody needs to know about the bells ringing? You still got to call a division.
All councillors are present.
It would still be good, Mr. Chairman, if you called a division and rang the bells so that we know that there is a division.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. There is division. Please ring the bells. Everyone, please lower your hands.
Oh.
Thank you, councillors. On the matter of C, F, and G, all those in favour, please say aye and raise your hand and hold it there clearly so it may be counted.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you. And all those against, please say no and raise your hand and hold it there so that it may be counted.
No.
Thank you. And in the name of completeness, any abstentions, please identify yourselves. Thank you. Councillor Stree, you're an abstention, yes?
No, I was a no.
Thank you. Just want to make sure we get it right. Clerks, please read the result when you're ready. The ayes have it. That concludes the recommendations of the Establishment Committee, Establishment and Coordination Committee report. Councillors, we will now move to the Establishment and Coordination Committee decisions. The Lord Mayor.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the report setting out the decisions of the Establishment and Coordination Committee as delegate of Council during the winter recess 2021 on matters usually considered by that committee be noted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by the Lord Mayor, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, that the decisions of the Establishment and Coordination Committee as delegate of the Council during the winter recess 2021 on matters usually considered by that committee be noted. Is there any debate? The Lord Mayor.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm seeking information about this item. In paragraph 8, the item says, it should be noted that flights, accommodations and meals will be paid for by the AOC and will be recorded in the appropriate registers for the Lord Mayor. One night's accommodation will be required on the return trip to Singapore at a cost to council. It's unclear whether that includes the Lord Mayor's hotel quarantine costs, which he's currently in. And I would appreciate if the Lord Mayor would publicly advise whether council is footing the bill for hotel quarantine.
Thank you. The Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This submission is self-explanatory, involves the E&C approval for my travel together with the Premier and also the Minister for Sport from the federal government to Tokyo. We're part of a small delegation that came from Australia to make our final pitch for the Brisbane 2032 Games. So obviously on the public record what we were there to do. The public actually saw the presentation, they saw our pitch, and they've subsequently seen the outcome of that. It was, and you know, these aren't my words, but it was absolutely critical that we were there in person to make that pitch. And the real reason for that is that normally in these sort of situations, members of the IOC who are making a decision on future host cities would be able to travel to those cities and meet the key players in person. Obviously, that just hasn't been possible due to the COVID situation. So the ability to be there in person, to talk to the IOC delegates in person, to answer their questions that they may have, and to put in that final pitch was absolutely critical, both for the Premier, myself and the Federal Minister for Sport to be there. We would have loved to have had the Prime Minister there with us as well, but he had recently been overseas for an international summit, I think it was the G7, and so he was unable to travel again, but we did have representation in person from all three levels of government. The AOC, is pointed out in the submission, was covering the cost of the flights and accommodation in Tokyo. The only cost to council was the amount of $725 for that particular trip. And in terms of quarantine arrangements, look, I am not sure what the arrangement is. That arrangement is still yet to be finalised, but I imagine it's exactly the same as what the Premier and council staff would be having. This was a work trip. This was a trip that will deliver great benefits for our city. This was not some kind of holiday. And in fact, we rarely got to exit our room, and it certainly wasn't a sightseeing tour. So we visited the International Broadcast Centre and Main Media Centre, and we were able to attend the opening ceremony. They were the only occasions where I actually left the hotel. At all other times, we were in the hotel working for the purpose that we were there for. And we got the great outcome. We got the right outcome in the end. So this is the best $725 that Brisbane City Council has ever spent. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to speak on item A. There's a couple of points that I would like to make about this matter. Firstly, this is the first time in 13 years that I've been a councillor where the the request for overseas travel did not come to full council for decision prior to the travel being undertaken. And I can't think of another occasion when it's happened that way. It's pretty clear that there was a last-minute problem with all of this because it was done by ENC in secret, and the CEO got signed off first, and then a couple of weeks later, the Lord Mayor got signed off on his trip, and it's not transparent. And honestly, for as long as anyone has been in this place, decisions for councillors to go overseas have been approved openly in full council by all councillors. And to my knowledge, this is the first time that it's been done this way. And I think that just reflects so poorly on the Lord Mayor. Secondly, both the Lord Mayor and the CEO needed to go, and I'm not exactly sure why. I think the CEO probably had to sign documents because of the delegation that we made, but I'm not sure that the Lord Mayor actually needed to be there at all. Let's keep in mind that Brisbane was the only bidder for the 2032 Olympics. Let's keep in mind the following, that we had been announced as a preferred tenderer months ago, that bid had been progressed with the state government, the federal government and council for many months, that the IOC executive had recommended to its members that they support the Brisbane bid. There was no one else. Now, sure, geopolitics comes into it, and there's a few issues around countries voting no for whatever reason. But if all of those countries, all 70, 80 countries had voted no to Brisbane, and there's no one else, that would have been quite a shock, I think. So honestly, I don't think that it was necessary for the Lord Mayor to go. I personally don't think that the federal minister needed to go, and all these other people. Probably one person representing the bid would have been appropriate. Who that could be, rather than a host of thousands going. So fundamentally, I just think this was unnecessary. And we heard today the Lord Mayor saying it's only cost $725. Now, I don't actually believe that is the case. I asked the question about who's paying for quarantine, and the Lord Mayor is unable to answer. So quarantine costs around $4,000 is my understanding. Is the Lord Mayor paying for it out of his $100,000 Lord Mayoral discretionary fund? We don't know. He can't tell us, so I suspect he's not paying for it out of the discretionary fund, which is set up for this very purpose. Is the taxpayer paying? Is the state government paying, or are ratepayers paying? And I suspect it's ratepayers paying. So not only has this decision to send the Lord Mayor overseas been done in secret by ENC without a full council decision prior to his travel, it contains misleading information at point 8, which specifically notes that pretty much everything is paid for by the AOC. It conveniently leaves off all of the on-costs related to quarantine, and I don't know, is the Lord Mayor paying for his own incidentals while he's in quarantine? I don't know. But he doesn't even know. So I guess it's not going on his credit card, and it's certainly not going to be out of his discretionary funds. Otherwise, he would know. So look, it's $4,000 and a bit probably. But when the Lord Mayor of the city takes no interest in who's paying for his hotel bill and can't account for public funds, that's appalling in my view. He should be paying for it out of his discretionary allowance. He gets $100,000 a year that he just pockets. He does not have to account for in any way, shape or form. And this would strike me as a very good use of that funding. So certainly I won't be supporting this item, because number one, I don't think it was necessary for the Lord Mayor to go. The rest of the world has had to learn how to use Zoom, and internationally people are having meetings all over the world using Teams or Zoom or House Party or whatever you want to use. We're pandering to this organisation that, in my view, was only ever going to give the Olympics to Brisbane. They'd recommended it as an outcome. And if they just voted no against our bid, that would have been extraordinary. And I just think Brisbane should have had a little bit more confidence in the process. And clearly, based on what we've all seen, the AOC, in particular, a very senior member of the AOC, feels it's okay to pressure leaders to undertake certain courses of action. I think everybody in Australia who saw that footage thought it was pretty off. So we've got to stop pandering to the AOC, the IOC, and we need to be sticking up for Brisbane and the ratepayers of Brisbane through this process. And that's what's getting lost in all of this. It's like everyone in the LNP and the senior council people have drunk the Kool-Aid. There's the new cult of the Olympics. Well, we've got to run the city. You won't fund remediation of a small sports field at Chelmer that's been closed for 7 years, despite it being recommended by officers. So, we can't get footpaths fixed. I think there should be more focus on that rather than the Olympics. And I think the Lord Mayor needs to come clean and tell us in his summing up who's paying for his hotel quarantine. How much is that going to cost the ratepayers?
Further speakers? Any further speakers? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I'm lucky I was sitting down to listen to that speech, but I rise now to speak about the fantastic opportunity that we have being an Olympic city. And the opportunity that has become that is because the federal sports minister, the state premier and the city Lord Mayor were there to quote Mr. John Coates, to look the International Olympic Committee in the eye so they knew that we could be trusted to host the Olympics. Now, I remember a councillor in this place who's now a good friend who used to call herself the most parochial councillor in council, and it was all about her local council. Well, I'm pretty sure that Councillor Sutton just lost the mantle to the most parochial councillor Luddite I have ever heard. She is worried about the remediation of a sports field that is absolutely in the list of things to do within the next 10 years. And that's the priorities over the economic boom that we will get out of being an Olympic city. The argument of the transparency is absolute idiocy. The ENC minutes are released 2 days after they are moved. It was on the news every single night. It was made very clear that the Lord Mayor was going to Tokyo and needed to go to Tokyo. And the argument put before it is because that council didn't see it before he went is utterly ridiculous, absolutely shambolic. And I reiterate Councillor Murphy's comments earlier. Thank God Councillor Johnson is not in any way, in any shape or any form ever going to be in administration in this council. We are proud that the Lord Mayor stood up and represented the city of Brisbane and faced the IOC and gave a magnificent speech, I may say, to represent us and look them in the eye, because there definitely was a possibility that the answer was no. Definitely was a possibility. And I assure you, the first person that would have laid strips on the Lord Mayor for not getting the Olympics would have been Councillor Johnson if he hadn't gone. So you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. But the argument we just heard then was an absolute disgusting example of some person who does not feel pride in their city and does not understand the bigger picture of the economic
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted. Councillor Adams.
We heard it in the presentations and the way that Councillor Johnson spoke to Mr. Coates. We've heard it continually for the last few months, and she absolutely clarified her position on what she thinks about the Olympics at 2032 in this city. We are proud, Strinner Council, to say we brought the Olympics to Brisbane and we will deliver the Olympics for Brisbane. I support this item.
Councillor Johnson, you had a misrepresentation. Please limit your comments to it.
Yes. Yes, Councillor Adams said that I don't feel any pride in our city. Clearly, that's not the issues that I raised. I raised questions around the financial cost of the Lord Mayor's travel to Tokyo and his inability to provide that information.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. Just briefly, I do want to congratulate the Premier and the Sports Minister for securing the Olympic Games. And it's clear that it is the state and federal government who will be paying for these games. So without that commitment from the state and federal government, the games and the transformational nature of them on how our city will look and feel and move and breathe post 2032 wouldn't be possible. And we know from all those briefings, we just heard from the Deputy Mayor about those briefings we had from the AOC and from the Olympic Committee as well, Paralympic Committee, is that council's role very clearly is a supportive role. It's a role that ensures that the city is able to deliver an event that is being delivered and paid for by the state and federal government. And I think we just need to keep that in mind, because what is important as a city in delivering the 2032 games is making sure that the road closures are in place, the planning around events is done, that rubbish bins are continuing to be collected in 2032, but also what we can control is a legacy in community and sporting clubs that we currently own and lease to organisations. And the real legacy that we should be delivering for the suburbs of Brisbane and for the people of Brisbane is an historic investment in our community and sporting clubs, Chair. Now, the Lord Mayor announced around his budget something like $50 million, and he called it an Olympics package. We struggled to figure out how he cobbled that figure together. It might have been $52 million from memory. But we did requests for information, and the response we got from the CEO of Council is that the Lord Mayor made that up. The Lord Mayor has no Olympics package as part of this budget, despite saying so. We know the Lord Mayor is rushing out to announce sites for different things for the Olympics, like the Media Centre, without having the proper authority to do so, because he is not delivering the Olympic Games. There will be, in fact, an Olympic organising committee that, sure, he will be part of, but many other people will be part of as well. So this extreme rhetoric from the Olympic administration that they single-handedly secured the Olympic Games is rubbish, and it's a furphy. But we shouldn't lose sight that council can leave a lasting legacy in the suburbs of Brisbane if we have actual investment in our community and sporting clubs, not this made-up fake media announcement like we've seen so far from the Lord Mayor. So that we support the Olympics on this side of the chamber and the side of the Zoom, but we are going to make sure that by 2032 that community investment is real and that legacy that is left behind is real for our suburbs as well.
Further speakers? There being no further speakers, the Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, what we've seen here is the literal definition of petty politics. What you've seen here is two speakers struggling to be relevant in this whole matter, wanting to inject themselves into what they've had nothing to do with, wanting to inject themselves into becoming relevant.
You don't have much to do with it either.
And it's quite extraordinary. The vitriol and hatred was dripping off Councillor Johnston's lips. And it's just sad. I feel sad for you, Councillor Johnston, through you, Mr. Chair. That outburst was just so small-minded and petty. It really was. You should be disappointed.
How much are you going to pay?
You know what?
You
know what? I've come to expect it from you. And, look, that you will do what you do. But when you open the dictionary...
You've got to attack me. Why can't you say how much it's going to cost you?
You spend all your time attacking people, Councillor.
Use your allowance.
No, Councillor Johnston, please...
Use your 100 grand.
Lord Mayor, please continue.
And as I pointed out, this was a work trip supporting the economic growth of the city. And so read between the lines, Councillor Johnston. I will do exactly what the Premier does when it comes to quarantine. And not every state has the requirement for hotel quarantine. And in fact, there are other states that allow people to quarantine at home. So if there's a cost, you can thank the state government for that cost, Councillor Johnston. Back to Councillor Cassidy's comments. he is really conflicted here. Once again, we saw the pettiness and small-minded approach where he couldn't acknowledge council's role in this. In fact, all he did was thank the Premier and Uncle Sterling for their efforts. You know what? It's funny. I actually spent my entire question time answer on the first question thanking other people.
Federal Sports Minister. I was very fair.
Thanking other people for their role in this because it was a team effort. And yet we see the small-minded, petty help themselves. They just can't help themselves, and it's also
Point of order, Chair.
And so,
point of order to you, Councillor Shree.
Just in terms of appropriate language and addressing of other representatives, I've repeatedly heard the Mayor refer to Minister Hinchliffe as Uncle Sterling, and I believe he does so in a manner that's intended to be pejorative and derogatory. And I would ask that perhaps you rule on that.
Thank you,
because
Councillor. Thank you,
it's
Councillor
unbecoming.
Shree. Can I remind the Lord Mayor and all councillors to please address elected officials through using their correct titles, the Lord Mayor.
Yes, I'm referring to Minister Sterling Hinchcliffe, who is the best of mates with Jared Cassidy. That's why I call him Uncle Sterling. It is a humorous term. Councillor Cassidy smiles.
Yeah, real mature, hey?
No. We're going to stay on topic. We're going to talk about this item, and then we're going to conclude this matter. The Lord Mayor.
Petty and small-minded.
No, Councillor Johnston.
I mean, that's a word we've heard today.
And so, thank you, Mr. Chair. And so, look, this, ladies and gentlemen, councillors, is sadly your opposition. This is who you've got in Australia's largest council, and this is what they offer. We are focused on the growth of the city. We are focused on the opportunity for the city. We are focused on the teamwork that will be generated through this activity. We are focused on acknowledging the important role of others in this and acknowledging the role of other levels of government. And what we've heard from the two speakers today is, Mr. Chair, sadly, just pettiness. It is disappointing, but it is not surprising. We will continue to do the right thing for the city of Brisbane and the people of Brisbane. But I did want to address one particular issue that was raised by Councillor Cassidy, and that is this issue of, the other levels of government are paying. Well, I can say this. If council was financially liable for the Olympics and footing the bill, what would you say, Councillor Cassidy? What would you say about that? I can predict exactly what he would say, Mr. Chair. He would be scaremongering everywhere across the city of Brisbane. He'd be telling people this is going to send the city broke. He'd be saying services will have to be cut. He'll be saying all of those scaremongering things. So we have taken the appropriate action to protect the financial interests of the ratepayers of Brisbane. And then we get criticised by this because of this by the Leader of the Opposition. But let me make a bold prediction. The fact that the state government is financially underwriting the Olympics and they're being assisted by the federal government won't play into the fear campaign that will be run by the Labor Party in the lead up to the next election. I can guarantee you they'll still claim that the Olympics is going to cost ratepayers a fortune. They will still claim that basic services are going to be cut by because of the Olympics. And we know today on the record that all of that will be blatantly and patently untrue. So, Councillor Cassidy, you've painted yourself into the corner with your own words. The reality is we've done the right thing to protect the interests of Brisbane and their ratepayers, while also getting the single biggest economic opportunity that our city has ever seen in its history. And so that is a massive win-win. It has been a team effort. I acknowledge the other players in that team from both sides of the political fence, but I do absolutely take this opportunity to condemn those who in their small-minded approach have seen fit to be against this and to take cheap political points when we're talking about the interests of the city of Brisbane and its ratepayers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
On the matter of item A, all those in favour of item A, please raise your hand. Thank you. And those against, please raise your hand. Thank you. The ayes have it.
Division.
No division. Oh, Councillor Johnston. Is there a seconder for the division? No seconder for the division. That concludes the E&C reports. Councillors, can I please call on Councillor McLaughlin to move the Infrastructure Committee decisions, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the report setting out the decisions of the Establishment and Coordination Committee as Delegate of Council during the winter recess 2021 on matters usually considered by the Infrastructure Committee be noted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor McLaughlin, seconded by Councillor Maddock, that the report setting out the decisions of the Establishment Coordination Committee as Delegate of Council during the winter recess 2021 on matters usually considered by the Infrastructure Committee be noted. Is there any debate? Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, this was a petition that was considered during the winter recess. It was a petition requesting the reclassification of a road, Trouts Road, from a district road to a neighbourhood road. The upshot of the response is that that wouldn't change the function of the road in terms of the traffic, the traffic volumes that the road carries. So if residents are concerned about and this is a road that already has a 50 km/h limit on it. So if residents have concerns about the volume of traffic, and there was a request as well for traffic calming to be considered, this is one of the issues that, as Infrastructure Chair, I have sought to raise with Minister Mark Bailey. I wrote to him about matters relating to the speed of vehicles on roads and whether there was a way to look at providing more frequent positive responses to residents when they make these sort of requests, where unfortunately our officers are required to provide responses that are entirely consistent with the state's Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, which is essentially the handbook that all road managers across the state are obliged to follow when it comes to making changes to the road hierarchy. So if I wrote to Minister Bailey back in November last year and still haven't received a response. So that may be an issue that I pass on to you, Mr. Chair, as we change batons, but that is an issue I think that is of interest to all councillors to look at how we can manage requests from our residents to implement changes on the road hierarchy, and where by and large we're unable to make unilateral decisions because we are bound by the state's manual in this regard. That is the response that's been provided back to the resident in regard to this petition. The petition requesting council amend the road hierarchy for Trouts Road, and unfortunately that's the answer that stands and will be provided back to this particular resident. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further speakers? Any further speakers? There being none, Councillor McLaughlin, do you have any further comments? I'll now put the item. All those in favour, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And those against, please say no and raise your hand. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Councillors, the notified motion. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. That was my error. The Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, please. Councillor Davis. Please, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the report setting out the decisions of the Establishment and Coordination Committee as Delegate of Council during the winter recess 2021 on matters usually considered by the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee be noted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Davis, seconded by Councillor Mackay, that the report setting out the decisions for the Establishment Coordination Committee as Delegate of Council during the winter recess 2021 on matters usually considered by the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee be noted. Is there any debate? Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Chair. During the winter recess, we had a submission for the formal naming of the reflexology path within the Strata Community Park to be named Ian Gilbert Reflexology Path in dedication of the late Mr. Ian Gilbert. Mr. Gilbert was an employee of Brisbane City Council for almost 40 years and designed Reflexology Path, making it the first reflexology path in Australia. Mr. Gilbert was a qualified reflexologist and the Queensland State Branch Director for the Reflexology Association of Australia Limited from 2007 to 2009. He received an Outstanding Achievement Award in recognition of his valuable contributions to the association. It is proposed to erect a path name and sign and informal panel within the Streatham Community Park, and I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Further speakers? Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thank you. We are supportive of obviously this park naming and this piece of work. I knew Ian Gilbert. He worked in the South Regional team. Ian was a very good worker. He was very diligent. He was certainly very proud of his work with Brisbane City Council, and it was my experience that he worked very well with his team members too. So I think this is a fitting tribute to him and a nice legacy for one of our staff members. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Davis. I'll now put this item. All those in favour, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Thank you. And all those against, please say no and raise your hand. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will now proceed to the notified motion. Councillor Sri, can I please ask you to move the motion?
Thanks, Chair. I move that, number one, Brisbane City Council will consult with a wide range of Aboriginal community elders from throughout the Brisbane region as to whether Victoria Park Hurston should be renamed with an Aboriginal name. Number two, Brisbane City Council will consult with a wide range of Aboriginal community elders from throughout the Brisbane region as to whether Victoria Park Hurston should be given a dual Aboriginal name. Number three, Brisbane City Council will seek advice from Aboriginal elders and Aboriginal-led community organisations as to the most appropriate community consultation and decision-making process for choosing new names or dual names for Victoria Park and for other iconic parks and public spaces.
Seconded.
Seconded by Councillor Cook. The resolution has been moved by Councillor Sri, seconded by Councillor Cook. It has been moved as read and written inside the council papers. Councillor Sri, would you care to speak to the resolution, please?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, and I think it's important at the outset in moving this motion to highlight that this is the start of a conversation. This is, in some senses, it's a conversation that's been happening for a long time in other spaces and other realms within our city. But unfortunately, here in Brisbane City Council, there haven't been many conversations, to my knowledge, about recognising the original names of so many of the public spaces and significant landmarks around our city. As I'm sure all councillors in this place are aware, Brisbane and the various areas within Brisbane had other names prior to the European invasion and prior to the period of colonisation that we're still living through today. And it's increasingly apparent that to meaningfully move forward as a community and rectify some of those past injustices and hopefully build more positive relationships with First Nations peoples within South East Queensland, that it's important for all of us, and particularly for local government administration, to meaningfully grapple with the fact that some of the names we've imposed upon this landscape may be inappropriate and may merit changing. The motion I've brought to this chamber specifically relates to Victoria Park in Hurston, and it's obviously no secret that I'm pretty excited about the golf course being turned into a public park. I think that's a really positive step, but the fact that it retains that name Victoria Park, even though it no doubt has other Aboriginal names which are far older and arguably far more appropriate for that site, I think needs to be discussed in greater detail. So the motion simply proposes consultation. It proposes that the council open up space for further discussion with First Nations peoples of this area. I'm mindful and I'm aware that council is already negotiating with some of those elders about the redesign of Victoria Park, and I've been in touch with some of those people, including Uncle Des Sandy. And it's great to see that council is indeed talking to those elders about how the park could be redesigned. But the council is not, or seems to not yet have been speaking meaningfully about how about the name of the park itself. And I think that's an oversight, and I think that's something that should be opened up for conversation. The motion proposes both consultation regarding renaming and consultation regarding dual naming. We've seen in other jurisdictions that it's becoming increasingly common for the names that have been given by colonising forces to be kept alongside Indigenous names, and that's one option. My preference, or I believe a better pathway, would be to simply rename Victoria Park, but the way the motion is worded, it doesn't rule out consultation on both of those options at once. So council could start consulting with First Nations peoples about whether they prefer to rename it, whether they prefer a dual name, or indeed whether they think there's no need to rename Victoria Park. But the point is that we need to have that conversation. I think we can learn a lot from our friends over in New Zealand about this, because New Zealand, I think, is a long way ahead of Australia in terms of recognising the rightful Indigenous names for its significant locations. And it's perhaps strange that here in Australia and here in Brisbane, so many of our significant landmarks are named after monarchs who have very little meaningful connection to the city, and in some cases are responsible, at least in part, for a lot of suffering and harm that's been inflicted on First Nations peoples. I've talked to a lot of Aboriginal people who actually find it quite offensive that significant places in our city are named after Queen Victoria, as they, I think, rightly see her as one of the leading forces of a violent and cruel process of colonisation. And I don't think it's necessary right now to open up a broader debate about the entire history of the colonisation of southeast Queensland and the Europe.
Councillor Sri, your screen is frozen. We lost your vocal signal as well. Please pause his time. Councillor Sri, it is disappointing. Disappointingly, as we can see, Councillor Sri has lost his signal, so we will move to the next speaker and we will recall him if he returns. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I hope Councillor Murphy's not going to insult him as well. I rise to speak on the motion before us today and thank Councillor Sri and Councillor Cook for putting it forward. Certainly, I support the motion being considered, and it's item number 3 that I'd particularly like to speak to. Increasingly over the last couple of years, we've had requests from groups to have an Indigenous name and/or a dual name for parks, and that's a process that I support either way. It's not an issue for me to determine what a park name is. We always do that via consultation where possible in my ward. But we've had a massive problem with council, and I'd very much like to hear from Councillor Davis about this, because where we wanted to recognise the traditional owners of the land at Cactoblastus Corner in Sherwood, council told us that we could not do so, that there was no policy for Indigenous naming of parks, and they told us to take it out of the wording of the sign. Now, that was really disappointing to the group that had asked for the Indigenous owners to be recognised in the sign. We've had no further word back from council. Oh, sorry, I see Councillor Shree's back. Did you want to let him continue, or would you like me to?
You continue.
My preference is to have you conclude and then recall Councillor Shree at the conclusion of your speech.
Okay, thank you. I think part of the problem here is that council doesn't have a clear position. It's a bit like murals, 9 months later, you're waiting for a murals policy to come out of this council. So I'd be really interested in Councillor Davis's contribution to this debate today, because particularly with Cactoblastus Corner, we were told we could not recognise the traditional owners in the interpretive sign. That's something that we would very much like to do in my community, whether that is through an Indigenous name straight up or whether it is through a dual naming process. So I really don't think that council's been too helpful behind the scenes on this, because perhaps they don't have a clear idea of it themselves as to what they want to do. So I would certainly support this motion before us, in particular item 3. And I hope that I will never again be told that we cannot recognise the traditional owners of the land by councils, parks, people in news, not our local parks officers. That seems to be inappropriate to me. So certainly I think council needs to work out its position on this and make sure that we're able to undertake one or either of these two options for park names where they are supported by our local communities. We always refer, well, not always, but where it's significant, I certainly speak to Banarawa, who have the strong links to the Indigenous elders in my local area, and ask them for their feedback on different things. But I certainly think council needs to do more in this space. And I certainly support the intent of this motion, and certainly number 3, and I think it's a great idea.
Councillor Sri, can I please invite you to complete your comments? You have 4 minutes and 55 seconds remaining.
Thanks for that. Sorry, the reception down on the houseboat isn't great, and I've noticed that when the tide drops, the signal starts to drop out. But I think it's rising again now, so we should be right. As I was saying, the motion is really one about consultation. It's the start of a conversation, and my hope is that all councillors in this place will surely agree that it's an issue. It doesn't rule out the possibility of further consultation with other groups and stakeholders, or indeed wider consultation with the citizens of Brisbane as a whole. But certainly as a first step, or as the next step in this conversation, we should be consulting with the Aboriginal elders who are connected to this area. And I acknowledge that it can sometimes be difficult for local governments, and particularly for Brisbane, to identify exactly who the best people are to consult with. And Brisbane is a contested space in that respect, but that's why we have an Indigenous liaison unit. And indeed, I would argue that if necessary, it may be appropriate to allocate additional resources and staff into that unit, because we're likely to see more of these conversations pop up over time in the future. These names are important. They carry a lot of significance for people. I'm sometimes amused when conversations about renaming or dual naming locations pop up, that a common response is, "Oh, why bother? It's not important." But it's clearly important to some people. It's important to a lot of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who've raised this issue with me, and indeed, it seems to come up increasingly often in conversation. So, to anyone who wonders whether this is a priority, maybe it's not a priority for you, but it certainly is a priority for some people. And the way we talk about the names we use for places does have material impacts on broader policy conversations. And so conversations about renaming a space can be a good launching point for conversations about systemic racism and colonialism and the need for deeper structural change. So I think there's a space here where council can take a little bit more responsibility and open up a bit of dialogue about this issue in a way that isn't divisive, that doesn't involve a perceived need to pick sides. Certainly the wording of this motion isn't intended to be interpreted as any kind of attack on the monarchy or anything like that. it's simply a call for dialogue and a call for a conversation. And I do hope that all councillors in this place will at least be open to the idea of consultation, and in particular, a genuine consultation where we don't just hear from one elder or two elders, but we actually take the time to open that conversation up to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander elders from the Brisbane region who have a strong interest and have strong opinions on this. Unfortunately, governments can sometimes cause more division within Aboriginal communities by, so to speak, picking favourites, inadvertently elevating the power or position of one member of a community at the expense of others. And it's important that we don't do that with this sort of process. It's important that we cast a wide net, have an open process, and invite any Aboriginal elders and community leaders, acknowledging that term can be a bit contested itself, but that we invite anyone in those positions to have a say on this matter, to engage in dialogue, and then see what the next step should be. And if indeed there does seem to be a bit of support for a new name for Victoria Park, then we can have a broader conversation about what the process should be for a wider consultation. I don't think it needs to happen in a hurry. It's not an urgent pressing matter, but it's something that we should get the ball rolling on, because Brisbane is an evolving city, and part of that evolution means coming to terms with the true story of this place, the good and the bad, and respecting Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander histories and ongoing presences in this place. Even the Lord Mayor has talked about wanting to respect Aboriginal culture as part of the redesign of Victoria Park. And what better way to respect Aboriginal culture than to recognise that this park does have
Councillor
Aboriginal
Shree,
names.
your time has expired. Can I please call on for any further speakers? Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to support this motion today. And can I start by acknowledging that the place we know as Victoria Park was and always will be Aboriginal land. I thank Councillor Shree for bringing this motion to the chamber today, and I was happy to second the motion. Labor will be supporting this motion today. I will only speak briefly. Councillor Shree has spoken quite extensively on the purpose and intent of the motion, and it is his motion. But can I just say that it is worded in very broad terms to allow for full and meaningful consultation. And I agree that it is also the start of a conversation. There are other jurisdictions, certainly across the country and internationally, who now have dual naming policies or processes for recognising or renaming places with traditional names. So I think this motion is an important one, and one that can ensure there is quite broad consultation, obviously starting with our First Nations people, and the redesign and redevelopment of Victoria Park is actually the ideal opportunity to have this conversation. As I said, we'll be supporting the motion today, and I hope that it is supported by the chamber. Thank you.
Further speakers? Any further speakers? Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as the acting chair responsible for the Victoria Park project, I think it's really important to provide some further information to councillors in relation to the motion supported by Labor and Green councillors today, along with Councillor Johnson, because further information which really should have been researched by Labor and the Greens and Councillor Johnson before this motion was moved, because they're a little behind the times on this, because we've already done something with regards to the dual naming of Victoria Park, and that was done 13 years ago. A dual naming is already in place, and the name Barrambin sits alongside Victoria Park. That was, as I said, back in 2008, and the council officially provided dual naming along with 11 other parks. Councillor Matic was the chair at the time, and I know that there were other councillors, including from the opposition, who were in the chamber in 2008. In fact, former Labor councillor Campbell spoke to the item in chambers and said that he agreed wholeheartedly. And Councillor Griffiths and Cummings were also here and they voted for it. So I'm not quite sure if there's been a breakdown of communication between Councillor Cook on this issue or if she didn't ask before she decided to second the motion. So it's quite surprising and a little confusing as to why this motion has been brought forward as the most pressing item for Labor and the Greens after the recess. And although I appreciate that this is the start of a conversation, that is not what the motion talks to. I wonder, though, if Councillor Sri really has visited the site, because there are two signs in the park which highlight the name Barambin, and if the other councillors on the other side had looked at our Victoria Park vision, which I've got here. On the front page, it refers to the Aboriginal name of Barambin, and also on the rear of the document, it talks about the name Barambin. So it's right on the cover. We've been talking about it. There's already a dual name. And the vision also incorporates Barambin as the name of the proposed lake. So, Mr Chair, this project has involved significant engagement with a number of traditional custodian groups, as it should. The engagement has included face-to-face meetings, site tours and feedback sessions with these groups. We've also engaged specialists to provide expert Indigenous design advice to marry up the aspirations of the traditional custodians into tangible design concepts for Barambin and Victoria Park. There's also a cultural heritage strategy as part of our work for the park, and we will ensure that, of course, recognition of traditional custodians at Victoria Park and Barambin extends well beyond the name. So, Mr Chair, the Lord Mayor has said that he welcomes notified motions in this place, but I would have thought that those opposite would have done a bit more research before bringing this one forward. There is already an Aboriginal name, and that is Barambin.
Further speakers?
Order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, will Councillor Davis take a question?
She's concluded her remarks. Are there any further speakers?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Chairman, but she can still take...
No, you've already spoken, Councillor Johnston. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Listen, I just want to...
I'm sorry, Councillor Strunk. Point of order, Mr Chairman.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Just to be clear, I did ask to put a question to Councillor Davis, and if you're telling me that you're ruling that out of order or not allowing it, please say so I can dissent in your ruling.
I'm saying that you can't ask a question of a person who's concluded speaking. That is my ruling.
Okay. Point of order, Mr Chairman.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
I move dissent in your ruling.
Dissent in my ruling has been proposed by Councillor Johnston. Is there a seconder? There is no seconder. Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to put a little bit of background information in regards to the idea in regards to having a dual name for Victoria Park. I wasn't aware of the fact that there was a Indigenous name already for Victoria Park. And this all came about at a NAIDOC celebration in City Hall. The Lord Mayor was there, and Councillor Sri raised the issue. And the Lord Mayor didn't seem to know what's in his own documents that he put out by Victoria Park, because he said, "That's a good idea. I'll have a think about that." That's my recollection of what he said. So I just think it was a bit disingenuous of the acting chair to say that Labor didn't know. Well, the Lord Mayor didn't know either, and I'll just finish my comments there.
Further speakers? Further speakers, Councillor Schrinner, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Just in relation to Councillor Strunk's comments, it's quite clear that this place has previously in the chamber, and I was there at the time when this came through, elected in 2005. This came through 2008, 2009. Peter Maddock was the chair. Many of us remember that. So this idea that somehow I didn't know, Councillor Strunk, come on. It's all part of our document and our Victoria Park vision. There's a reason we use the name Lake Barambin to name the new water feature in the park. There's a reason there's signs up there now in the park acknowledging Barambin. So what Councillor Strunk is referring to is the issue of whether there's any contested view on this name. And so we are thoroughly checking that. And that's been a process that's been ongoing. And as Councillor Davis has pointed out, there's been extensive and there will be ongoing consultation. So we didn't need a motion from Jonathan Shree, Councillor Shree and Councillor Cook to tell us to do what we're already doing. And we didn't need a motion that seems to be completely unaware of the history of this matter, dating back 13 years. This is what happens with inexperienced councillors. At the last election, we went to the people of Brisbane and said, only Team Schrinner has the experience to run Australia's largest council. This today is an example of what happens when inexperienced councillors put forward ideas that are not well thought through, not well researched, and then they end up with egg on their face. So this is something we are already doing. This is something we've been engaged with for 13 years. This is something that's an ongoing conversation and piece of work. And we didn't need this motion to tell us to do something we are already doing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just enter the debate on this item. And I have to refute what the Lord Mayor has just said and much of what Councillor Davis has just said. Whatever happened in 2008 clearly hasn't flown through to Council's official record of Victoria Park as a place. If you go to Council's website, any of you right now, just get your phones out or a different tab on your computer, look up Victoria Park, about Victoria Park on Council's website. There is no mention of a dual name whatsoever in the About section of Victoria Park. It talks about the Lord Mayor announcing in 2019 that the golf course will be closing and Victoria Park will be redeveloped, and it continues to call it Victoria Park at every juncture. When you go to the vision that Councillor Davis just tried to hold up and show us, it's 36 pages long. There are 7 references to the word Barambin in it, and at best it says in here that Brisbane's Aboriginal people, as they lived and moved through the area, which some groups called Barambin the windy place. There are some artist impressions of signs in this Victoria Park vision, which suggests that the lake that's going to be created will be called Barambin, but nowhere in here does it say that it is already a dual name park. You can claim that if you want, but the simple facts are in front of us suggest otherwise. So I don't know, I'm not sure where this aggression from Councillor Davis and the Lord Mayor is coming from, Chair, in responding to this motion. I think it's a pretty straightforward motion in seeking a pretty straightforward process and doing the right thing in consulting with a wide range of Aboriginal elders and organisations in Brisbane as well. We've seen how hollow that process can be from council. We saw it with the naming of the City Cats, Chair, where some emails were sent out and no genuine consultation occurred with that small hand-picked group of people. You know, this council 3 years ago, not even 3 years ago, supported the Uluru Statement from the Heart. It took almost 3 years for that to appear on council's website, let alone us going through the actions of supporting what that calls for. It calls for voice, treaty and truth, and part of that truth telling is to go through these processes and learn about our history, a history which is bad, and our history, which is shared. And, you know, Brisbane's history isn't a couple of hundred years old, and the history of Victoria Park, or the place that we know as Victoria Park, isn't a couple of hundred years old. It didn't start when people named it after a queen that never set foot here. It goes back many thousands of generations. So for us to be genuine about that.
Point of order for Lord Mayor.
Will Councillor Cassidy take a question?
Councillor Cassidy, will you take a question?
Sure.
Please proceed.
Just you raised the issue before of the council website and Victoria Park. I've done the same thing you did, and the search that I put up or brought up says Victoria Park in brackets, Barambin, Gregory Grove, and York's Hollow.
Lord Mayor, what is the question?
What's the question?
The question is, where did you search? Because the search that I gave brought up the name Barambin really easily.
Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. So you go Brisbane City Council home, things to see and do, council venues and precincts, parks, Victoria Park, about Victoria Park. Then it says about Victoria Park. Victoria Park is 64 hectares of open space in Brisbane's inner city, spanning across Hurst and Kelvin Grove. It goes on and on and on, and nowhere in there does it talk about a dual name for that park. It doesn't talk about a process or a dual naming in 2008, and it doesn't talk about it having a dual name at all. Again, you go to the document that Councillor Davis said contains all of this. It's 36 pages long, has a lot of artist impressions there, promises a lot, but nowhere does it say that this is actually a dual-named park. At best, again, what it says is that the intention is to create a lake and to call that lake Lake Barambin. It doesn't talk about what we're talking about here. So I think Councillor Davis might have a little egg on her face right now as well, Chair. So just back to the importance of this motion and the importance of consultation with First Australians as an organisation going forward. It is threadbare. It is threadbare in this council, genuine consultation with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people living in Brisbane these days. We don't even have, and I know some work is happening behind the scenes, but in the year 2021, this council doesn't even have a reconciliation action plan. We are the largest council in Australia, the most significant local government here. We supported the Uluru Statement from the Heart, which calls for voice treaty truth, and yet we've done nothing as an organisation to support that. And again here, we've got these LNP councillors coming in here aggressively arguing against what is a good process, what is called for and something we've already supported before. So I just actually don't understand this approach from the LNP at all, Chair. I think it's a very reasonable motion, and that's why Councillor Cook has seconded and Labor Council will be supporting it because it's the right thing to do.
Further speakers? Any further speakers? Councillor Shree.
Thanks, Chair. Well, I must say I'm a little disappointed in the response from the administration. And I guess the first point I want to highlight is that the fact that so many people have no idea that Victoria Park theoretically has a dual name shows that the administration has done a very poor job of celebrating and affirming that dual name. That's not an embarrassment to any councillor or any person who's ignorant of that fact. That's a concern for the administration in terms of how it celebrates Indigenous history and Indigenous names. Before I moved this motion, I did talk to quite a few Aboriginal elders and Aboriginal activists in Brisbane who none of whom were aware that Victoria Park already had a dual name. I even talked to a couple of parks officers in Brisbane City Council, and none of them were aware of Barambin having of that dual name. And it certainly, as other councillors have noted, it certainly doesn't come through in any of councillors in official documentation. A genuine dual name would be used as often and in every location that the other name of the park is used. To say that Victoria Park already has a dual name of Barambin seems a little bit incongruent when the vast majority of references to Victoria Park I can find anywhere in council literature, council websites, etc., do not mention that dual name. If anything, Barambin has been relegated to a barely publicised subordinate name. And I think if this administration was serious about showing respect to Aboriginal people, that dual name would be given the same status and attention as the name Victoria Park. As others have noted, the Victoria Park vision document makes no mention of this dual name. And certainly I would suggest that the vast majority of citizens and residents of Brisbane have no idea about that dual name. If the Lord Mayor genuinely believes that dual name already exists, why does he not use it? Why in all the council debates that we've had, all the meetings we've had discussing Victoria Park, why has he never once referred to it as being named Barambin? He, I think on maybe one or two occasions has referred to that as an Aboriginal name, but he's never acknowledged that as an official dual name until now. And I think really a better way for this administration to have responded to this particular motion was to say, whoops, I guess we need to do a better job of promoting that, and I guess we need to do a better job of celebrating that dual name, because right now we're not doing that. And I guess I'm feeling a little bit disappointed, because it feels like the administration has reacted quite defensively to a motion which was brought in good faith, and genuinely on the assumption that it would attract support from the LNP administration, because it seems pretty uncontroversial to me. The first part of the motion stands regardless of whether Victoria Park technically does have a dual name, because the first part of the motion calls for Victoria Park to be renamed. And I think that's something that we should at least be consulting with Aboriginal people on. There's plenty of precedents around the city of names of places changing over time. And perhaps now it's a good time to talk about whether we should be renaming Victoria Park altogether. If indeed we already have identified an appropriate Aboriginal name, that makes the process that much quicker and smoother. But it would be very disappointing if the LNP voted down this motion and ruled out even consulting with Aboriginal elders about the possibility of renaming. I think that would show a level of disrespect that I certainly wouldn't want to be associated with. And so there's really a couple of options here. One is for the administration of publicising and celebrating the fact that Barambin is already the name of that park. And if that's the case, then the Lord Mayor and the administration councillors should refer to it as Barambin just as often as they refer to it as Victoria Park. That's what a dual name means. It's not a subordinate name. It's not some secondary thing in brackets that's buried in a footnote somewhere. If it genuinely is a dual name, then treat it as such. Alternatively, or in addition to that, though, the administration should still engage in meaningful consultation with Aboriginal elders about whether to rename the park altogether, and indeed as to what decision-making and consultation processes might be appropriate for other significant public spaces around the city. As I said at the outset, it's important that we grapple with the tricky and sometimes very dark parts of our history, and it's important that we celebrate Aboriginal culture and the Aboriginal history of this place. And to elevate and show greater respect for Aboriginal place names, I think would be a really valuable start. It's not enough by itself, and there's the potential for it to be dismissed as shallow symbolism if not accompanied by more material and deeper structural changes. But like I said, names are important. And the fact that very few people know this name, I think is a problem, and is something that the administration needs to rectify. The third element of this motion, I think, also is perhaps important to grapple with, because as others have identified, we don't really have clear processes in place yet to consult more broadly about dual naming public spaces. This is an issue that's come up in my ward. I'm sure it's coming up in other areas of the city over time. These locations already have names. They had names prior to the European invasion. And I think we have a responsibility to recognise and celebrate and preserve and share those names rather than burying them or ignoring them or pretending that they don't exist. So I brought this motion in good faith in the spirit of cross-party dialogue and consensus building. And I'm really disappointed that the administration seems to be so dismissive of the idea. I would respectfully urge the Lord Mayor and the administration that if you're not ready to vote for this motion today, that you table it and at least take some time to consult a little bit more broadly on the idea and decide whether you might feel comfortable down the track to support the motion, as opposed to voting it down unceremoniously right here and right now, because I think that will send the wrong signal about this issue. I think if the administration's line is, oh, Victoria Park already has a dual name, the response from a lot of people in the wider city is going to be, no, it doesn't, or I didn't know that. And that really highlights that this administration could do a lot better on that front. But
At the end of the day, Victoria is not the name of that park. It's been used as the name of that park for maybe 100 or so years. It's had other names for tens of thousands of years, and those names need to be given the same respect and attention, if not more, than the name Victoria. And like I said, regardless of whether the LNP is minded to support this particular motion, these conversations are going to continue. There's a certain inevitability to some of this, and I can't help but see some parallels with when I started in this council a couple of years ago. There was no support for the idea that we should have an acknowledgement of country at the start of council meetings, and the LNP at the time was very dismissive of that. In fact, I would describe the response as contemptuous, which was just a bit of a shame. But to the administration's credit, the LNP shifted their position. You considered it, and over time you changed your position and embraced the idea that we should include an acknowledgement at the start of council meetings. A very simple thing and a very small gesture to make. And I'm optimistic that in the future the LNP may shift on this as well, and become a little bit more supportive of this idea. But like I said, if you're not inclined to support this motion right now, how about we table it and then we can discuss it further at another time. So I'd like to move that this motion lie on the table. That's, I guess, a procedural motion. And I don't think
Councillor Sri will be so set down. Sorry. Excuse me, Councillor Sri. I require a seconder and the endorsement of the council. So is there a seconder for this resolution lie on the table?
I'm happy to second the motion.
Councillor Cook seconds that this motion lie on the table. All those in favour of this motion lying on the table, please say aye and raise your hand. And those against, please say no and raise your hand.
No, it'll never come back like mine.
All right, the noes have it. Councillor Sri, I believe you have a small amount of time left on your presentation if you wish to continue.
Just to restate that I think it's a simple idea that we should consult with Aboriginal elders about renaming Victoria Park. It's a very simple...
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Motion's
order,
lost.
Councillor Adams.
Motion's lost. The time is finished for the speaker.
What?
Well, may I please consult the we don't have the shared clock like normal. Would you mind showing me that? The clock reads 10 minutes and 11 seconds. So regardless of the debate, of the discussion, Councillor Sri's time has concluded. We'll now move to a vote on this. All those in favour of the notified motion, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And all those against, please say no and raise your hand.
No.
No.
The noes have it.
Division.
Councillor Sri and Councillor Cassidy, I believe. Please ring the bells. Councillors, we're waiting on Councillor Griffiths. So if anybody knows where he is, could they please ask him to come back or advise me that he won't be returning? Thank you. We will now return for the vote. Thank you.
Sorry, I was here.
That's all right. It just we were sort of
Yeah. Sorry.
That's all right. So all those in favour of the resolution, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Thank you. And those against, please say no and raise your hand.
No.
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 Thank you. Clerks, please read the result when you're ready.
Mr. Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 6 in favour and 18 against.
Thank you. The noes have it. Councillors, that concludes the consideration of notified motions. Are there any petitions? Councillor Landers.
Thank you, Chair. I have a petition requesting Council prevent the former East Brisbane Bowls Club from being demolished and invest funds to upgrade the facility and incorporate it into the Mowbray Park design.
Thank you. Councillor Shree.
Thanks, Chair. I have a petition regarding the dockside ferry terminal in Kangaroo Point.
Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I'm presenting a petition on behalf of residents who want to expand the car park at Dunlop Park, Corinda.
Councillor Allen.
Mr. Chair, I have a petition entitled Council to Take the Lead on Cannery Creek.
Councillor Marx.
Yes, Chair, I have a petition regarding night works.
Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got two petitions. One is requesting Council preserve eye specialist services in the Balmoral community, and the second one is requesting Council remove the 2 on-street parking spaces in front of 655 Wynnum Road, Morningside, to reduce the danger to cyclists.
Are there any other petitions? May I please have a resolution to receive the petitions?
Mr. Chair, I move that the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Griffiths, that all petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. All those in favour, please say aye and raise your hand. Thank you. And those against, please say no and raise your hand. The ayes have it. Councillors, general business. Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of the Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? No. Councillors, are there any ordinary matters of general business? Councillor Adderman.
Thanks, Chair. I wish to speak briefly about the excitement around Brisbane being named as the Olympics and Paralympics host city in 2032. In doing so, I want to add my congratulations to the role that the Lord Mayor played in securing the Games. The economic benefits and international exposure Brisbane will receive as a result of this announcement, leading up to and during the Games, have been well documented. But in the time available, I want to elaborate on what being named as host city means to the many aspiring young sportsmen and women in our city. Councillors Adams and Howard referred to this earlier. The opportunity to compete at a home Olympics is just another motivation for them to excel and exceed in their chosen sport. Chair, I know a young basketballer in my ward, Jovan Soroki, who I predict will be playing for the Australian Boomers in Brisbane in 2032. The telemetrics undertaken on Jovan suggest he could grow to 6'11", and having been to his home and seen him shooting hoops, here's a champion in the making. As a 9-year-old, Jovan's talents were identified by the best scouts in the business and has been entered into the NBL Skills Path program in the United States. For those who don't know basketball, that's the same program that many of the elite NBA players progress through en route to playing in the big league. Upon turning 15, he will complete his education at a nominated school and university in the US before being drafted straight into the NBA. In the meantime, Jovan will hone his skills in local club and school competitions and keep breaking records like he did last weekend, scoring 48 points for BBC against Nudgee, unheard of in this age group in GPS sport. So, Lord Mayor, on behalf of Jovan and the many young other champions of the future in our city, thank you for creating an opportunity that very few sportsmen and women will get, and that's to compete at a home Olympic Games. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adderman. Are there any further speakers for general business? Councillor Landers.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to also add to that and to take the opportunity to congratulate one of our former local girls and past student of St Joseph's and St John Fisher in the Brackenridge ward, Emily Seabohm. What a star she is in the pool, winning bronze in the 200 metre backstroke and gold in the 4 by 100 metre medley this week in Tokyo. This is Emily's 4th Olympics, and she has now achieved 3 gold, 3 silver and a bronze over her Olympic career. She is such a great role model in my local area, and of course this is recognised with our local council pool at Bill Brown Reserve being named after her. And I know our local swim clubs were cheering not only Emily on, but the whole Olympic swim team, and our local Brackenridge Little Athletics are also closely watching the track and field team who are doing Australia proud. I'm just so excited that our young athletes, also our basketballers, netballers, skateboarding, soccer, BMX riders are all going to be able to strive to compete on home ground in 2032, and want to thank the Lord Mayor as well for bringing that home. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landers. Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Just a very brief couple of comments about two local matters and also the chairmanship of Brisbane City Council. Firstly, we did have the official launch of Cactoblastis Corner at Sherwood on the weekend. I had a very distinguished group of scientists, agronomists and entomologists who attended and spoke about the history of bug research in Australia and the significant role that Sherwood has played in eradicating Cactoblastis and also many other biological control issues that were developed and conceived of at Sherwood. I met an absolutely fascinating speaker, Dr. Monteith, who was introduced by saying he has the most bugs named after him of any living man, which honestly was extraordinary. So we had such a lovely morning for the launch of Cactoblastis Corner, and I want to thank all of those former Allen Fletcher Research Station staff, all the scientists, their families, the Oxley-Chelmer History Group who were represented, and my staff for assisting in what was an absolutely wonderful event on the banks of the river at Sherwood on Saturday morning. The second event on Saturday was the official unveiling of the new All Conflicts War Memorial at Yeronga Memorial Park. And I'm really proud of being able to support this project. $20,000 from the Suburban Enhancement Fund was contributed in to the wall. Brisbane City Council didn't help with this. It was done by the Stevens RSL and myself, with help from a range of wonderful companies, including a local heritage landscape architect, Matt Smith from Barefoot Landscaping, who did all of the heritage paperwork and the design, Elite Sandstone, Legacy Monuments and Wassell are the other suppliers. But I just particularly want to thank the Stevens RSL for their contribution to the 100th anniversary of the War Memorial at Yeronga. Last year Council failed to acknowledge the 100th anniversary at Graceville. This year they've failed to acknowledge the 100th anniversary at Yeronga, both really significant parks in my area, but I'm really pleased to have been able to work with our local groups to put in interpretive signage at Graceville and now the All Conflicts Memorial at Yeronga. Council is spending money every year for 5 years at the Sherwood Arboretum, which is great, but then they neglect the other really old and very significant heritage listed parks in my area. So it just doesn't make sense. So I just want to say congratulations to the Stevens RSL and a big thank you to all of the suppliers for contributing. It was a lovely day and I'm glad we got it in just before lockdown happened. Finally, Mr. Deputy Chairman, I don't know what is going on with all these reshuffles. It is a bit like moving the chairs around on the Titanic, but I have no idea why you have been robbed of the chairmanship of council. You know, as the Deputy, Councillor Wines didn't really let you have much of a go in the chair, and I know that you're sitting in there now. I mean, Councillor McLaughlin hanging on desperately. He was in cabinet, you know, in the Lord Mayor's tweet, and then he was out again. But it just doesn't make sense to me why the deputy's not promoted. So do you know what? I just think you were robbed, Mr. Deputy Chairman, and I just wanted to put on the record that I think that's a really poor decision by the Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor John. Sorry. Forgive me, I feel like I'm going to a bank robbery. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Further speakers? Councillor Sri, I noticed you put your hand up twice before, mate, and I haven't quite got to you. So would you care to go speak next?
Thanks, Chair. Very good of you. I would like to speak briefly about some of the potential impacts of the Olympics on my electorate. I'm sure there'll be many years of discussion about some of these issues, but I wanted to put them on the radar of the Lord Mayor as early as possible, and to highlight that these are things we need to be thinking about now rather than waiting until further committees have been formed and further studies have been conducted, et cetera, et cetera. We need to be proactive about identifying and addressing these local issues early on. I mentioned one of those in my question earlier today, and the Lord Mayor advised that there are no anticipated private property resumptions associated with the proposed warm-up track at Raymond Park, and I was really encouraged to hear that. I would appreciate the Mayor extending a briefing to me about that particular issue. Certainly, we looked at the size of warm-up tracks associated with the Sydney Olympics and the London Olympics, etc., and based on the dimensions and the space required for those facilities, we concluded that there probably wasn't room for such a facility in Raymond Park, given the current park layout. But if the Mayor is confident that there is room and that no homes will be required, that's really positive to hear. I also have concerns regarding Raymond Park about the potential loss of some very old trees. I accept that as part of a major event like the Olympics, it's probably inevitable that things like the soccer club change rooms or maybe even the playground or the basketball court might be relocated or demolished or moved around. I'm pragmatic about that fact, and I accept that, given that the decision has been made now that we'd be hosting the Olympics, that there's going to be some pretty significant impacts to my local area. But through you, Deputy Chair, the Lord Mayor, I really do encourage the Lord Mayor and the Deputy Mayor to visit Raymond Park sometime in the near future and check out some of those very old trees, particularly the fig trees, some of which are over 100 years old, and also the area of Bushland Reserve. It's only a small area, but it's on the Wellington Road side of Raymond Park, and it has some very old eucalyptus trees, which we don't have many of in the inner city. And I'm particularly concerned that if the Mayor is saying that there's room for a warm-up track in Raymond Park without taking homes, that means that some of those trees might be on the chopping block, and I would have very strong concerns about that. I think those trees are quite significant, and like I said, in other contexts, I've been very pragmatic about the fact that sometimes trees in the inner city can't be preserved and get removed for various projects. But I think it would be a great shame if we removed 150-year-old trees just to make way for a 2-week sports event. And so, Lord Mayor, I'm asking you again in good faith, please do take a little moment in that park and contemplate the value of preserving those large trees in inner city areas. Progress requires balancing the future with the past. It requires balancing with the natural environment with other needs of the city. And I think it would be a great shame if all the big trees in Raymond Park were removed just to make way for that track. We've had a look at the local area and identified two potential alternative locations for a warm-up facility, and one of those is Kangaroo Secondary College, which already has some quite large ovals, and I imagine that public school would probably welcome a little bit of investment in those oval spaces. It would seem to me an easier proposition to upgrade an existing larger sports field, and one which is likely to be used by the school well after the Olympics, as opposed to cramming a really large warm-up track into a park that doesn't really have room for it. I know from the Mayor's comments, it might seem like the park has the literal square meterage, but if we do put a warm-up track in there, there won't be room for much else. The other option, which I encourage the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor to look into and consider further, is the possibility of locating a warm-up track on the Cross River Rail site itself. The Cross River Rail Station site is over 5 hectares. The entire PDA area is somewhere in the realm of 20 hectares. There is room for a warm-up track and sports facility on that train station site, and there would still be room for other buildings or other facilities on the site. It wouldn't need to take up the whole site. But it might actually make more sense to locate a warm-up track right next to the Gabba Stadium rather than up the road in Kangaroo Point, which is a fair bit further away. I can see Councillor Adams. I'm not sure if she's saying something to me or if she's talking to someone else. Maybe she's not talking to me. Anyway, I think she's talking to someone else. It's a shame because it would be nice if she was listening to this. Anyway, the other concern I wanted to place on the radar early on, and maybe the Lord Mayor can look into this one as well, is that the economic impacts on the local area from the Olympics are going to be quite significant in terms of the displacement of local residents and local small businesses. And even someone who believes firmly in the primacy of the free market and that it's great when property values rise rapidly, et cetera, even someone with that mentality needs to acknowledge the harm that might be caused if a whole bunch of low-income renters and long-term small businesses are forced out of the community due to rising rents. That would be a sad thing. Certainly there will be benefits that will come from Woolloongabba hosting the Olympics, but if those local small businesses and those long-term residents who have clung on to the inner city despite rapid gentrification and who've maintained community connections and who really love living in that area, if those people are forced out because property values shoot up as a result of the Gabba Stadium hosting the Olympics, it will be a really sad thing. So I encourage the Mayor and the administration to look at what opportunities might be available in terms of rent controls, rate relief incentives, or some form of package that ensures that we don't lose all those people and all those local small businesses from the area as a result of rising rents. That I think would be a very sad thing. Finally, I want to highlight that there's going to be a really clear need for separated bike lanes and scooter lanes and extra facilities running along Stanley Street and Vulture Street to connect to the stadium. And right now, City Plan doesn't require the delivery of those facilities as part of new developments. And Council is rapidly losing the opportunity to acquire land along Stanley Street and Vulture Street from new developers as part of infrastructure that's delivered with those developments. So there's perhaps a need for a fairly urgent amendment to City Plan to set aside a little bit more corridor along Stanley Street and Vulture Street. If you look at the most recent developments on the southern side of Stanley Street, directly across the road from the Gabba, you'll see that under the current city planning rules, those towers are built right up to the footpath. And so there's no way for council to widen the footpath or to create more space for bikes and scooters without taking away multiple lanes of general traffic. And probably I'm the only councillor in this place who'd like to see Stanley Street drop from 4 lanes down to 2 lanes. But if you're going to create enough footpath space to accommodate all the bikes and e-scooters and the huge number of pedestrians that will be moving through that precinct, that's what's going to happen. You're going to get Stanley Street down to 2 lanes unless you start acquiring some more land along those private property frontages in the very near future, because the DAs are already being lodged and council is losing that opportunity. So I'm putting those things on the radar now in the hope that they'll be addressed in the near future. Finally, I just wanted to say what a disappointment it is to hear that the Labor Party is expressing concerns about the conversion of the glass factory in Parmalat into public green space. That is a great idea. We really need that parkland in the inner city, and in fact, that was Labor's position for many years, that those industrial sites along Montague Road would be converted into public parkland. And in fact, it's in the local government infrastructure plan that those factory sites will be converted into parkland by 2026. So my biggest criticism of the Lord Mayor's announcement was actually that he's not doing it sooner. The LGIP identified that one of those sites should be converted into parkland by 2021, and the other site should be converted by 2026. So the Lord Mayor's announcement was not actually an announcement to deliver new public parkland. Unfortunately, it was an announcement to delay the delivery of parkland that the administration had already committed to via the local government infrastructure plan. Those large industrial landholders down there have had plenty of time.
Councillor Sri, your time has expired. Further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Chair. I want to speak on three events that happened in recent weeks in my ward, and the first was the United States School held a NAIDOC Week celebration, and this school, of course, has embraced the Indigenous community out in the Inala area for many years, and they have a great number of Indigenous or First Nation people in that cohort in that school. Each year they hold an NAIDOC Week celebration, and it just gets better and better and better. And our federal member, Milton Dick, member for Oxley, was there along with myself, and a good smattering of community leaders as well, just to see what they were going to show us this year to celebrate NAIDOC Week. Of course, the theme was Heal Country, which calls on all of us to seek greater protection for Indigenous lands, water, sacred site, and cultural heritage from exploration, desecration, and destruction, which we have seen in recent months and years in some of those mining leases around Australia. Country is more than just a place. It's our First Nation people's identity, and the students and the staff of the Inala State School. Thank you, Principal Pam Liddell, for your leadership in this school, and Principal Riddell has been there for many years, and as I say, it just keeps getting better and better. And I just want to pay tribute to the students who gave the presentation of the dance, along with that unbelievable, fantastic video, which was well beyond their years. The next item I want to speak to is in regards to our local men's shed, which again keeps kicking goals within the community, and really has reached out to the community of Forest Lake, of course, which is where they're at, but also beyond that, right around the ward, in support of the community groups and organizations that need a little bit of help from time to time with making things. This last weekend, or I should say, yes, on Saturday, until we got the notice when the lockdown was going to happen at 10 a.m. The community, or the Centenary Crime Protection Unit, along with the Med Shed, undertook those anti-theft screw project, and I'd just like to again thank Steve Buford and his team for undertaking this work, because we all hear about those people that lose their license plates, or at least one of them, and of course that leads to, of course, a theft of other vehicles as well. Lastly, is the St. John's College held their Foundation Day. This is the 28th year that they have been as a school, and their head of school, Maria McIver, who was appointed head of school a couple of years ago, made a really major announcement during the foundation assembly, and that is that they're going ahead and will be building a world-class $16 million aquatic center on the school within the school grounds, which just everyone just fell silent for a couple of seconds because they were all blown away. Again, Councillor, the federal member Milton Dick and myself were there. We were stunned. We've been looking for a pool of a size in our space for a number of years now, and St. John's College, and this will all happen before 2025. So they're going to really get on with the building program. I hope Brisbane City Council supports their development application, because it is a private entity, of course, and so Council will need to do some work on this through the development, and I will be doing as much as I can to assist in that area, as well as I'm sure the Council will look favorably on this, I hope, because the school's thinking of the Olympics in 2032, because their prep year will be year 12s when the Olympics come. So they're really thinking ahead, like Brisbane's thinking ahead, like Queensland's thinking ahead, like Australia's thinking ahead. And I'll just finish my comments there, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Strunk. Are there any further speakers for general business? Councillor Shree.
Thanks, Chair. Just really briefly on Parkland in South Brisbane, I ran out of time just before, and I wanted to highlight for the attention of the Lord Mayor and for the attention of Councillor Davis in particular as Chair of Parks, that while the announcement about converting those two...
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
I ask you ruling on whether Councillor Shree can speak in general business on the same topic.
No, it's a different topic. I was talking about Olympics preparation last time.
Councillor Shree, I believe the Deputy Mayor asked me for a ruling, not you. Just give me one moment, please. Councillor Shree, were you going to use the full 10 minutes, or are you going to be brief?
I think that's irrelevant, but I'm not going to use the full 10 minutes.
No, because if you wander into the topic that you went before, I will know, because I don't know what you're going to say. But if you're going to say something new, I'll allow it. So,
yeah, cool. I just wanted to make the very brief point that the Hanson Concrete Factory at the corner of Hawkins Street is a very strategic site which needs to be acquired for public parkland. I did speak previously about some other sites along there which are being acquired, but if those other sites are being acquired, they can't have a concrete factory right next to them while the Olympics and the media centre are operating. So it's really important for Councillor Davis and for the Deputy Mayor to start looking now, particularly at the acquisition and relocation of the Hanson Concrete Factory site. It's a smaller site than those other large factory sites along Montague Road, but from a strategic perspective, it's quite important to get that one.
This is the Olympics and the precincts and the parks. It is the same topic. I ask you rule it out of order.
What? I'm allowed to talk about parks in my electorate. This is getting ridiculous.
You clearly said I didn't get finished last time.
Deputy Mayor, Councillor Shree, I did make it very clear to you that it was on a different topic. Would you like to hold it over until general business next week?
No, look, I've said what I needed to say.
Point of order, Mr. Deputy Chair.
Councillor Johnson, can I just deal with one point of order first, please?
Sure.
Councillor Shree, where's the conversation going?
No, I've already said what I needed to say on that topic.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Johnson, your point of order.
Oh, I was just going to ask if Councillor Shree would take a question. But if he's finished, I don't want to contravene.
I believe Councillor Shree is finished, and he's starting to break up a bit, so I'm assuming the tide's going out. Is there any further general business? Councillor Shree, is that your hand?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'd like to speak briefly about bike lanes in South Brisbane, in particular the need for bike lanes along the stretch of Vulture Street between West End and Wollongabba. This is an issue I've been raising for quite some time now, and we've recently heard that the state government is intending to allocate some funding towards this project. We haven't yet had any clarity about whether that project is going to be delivered by the state government or by Brisbane City Council with funding from the state government. I hope that Councillor Murphy will be alert to this issue, and that because I'll certainly be asking about this in subsequent committee meetings, but it does seem unusual that the council has been fairly silent on this project, even though the state government has now committed funding to it. So I just want to again place on the record there's very strong support from local residents for separated bike lanes running along Vulture Street from Montague Road towards South Brisbane and the Mater Hospital precinct. This is a really great opportunity for our city to fix one of the last missing links on the inner south side, and to get a lot of those fast moving e-bikes and e-scooters off narrow footpaths. But I'm concerned that Brisbane City Council so far hasn't got any kind of concept design in mind. There's been no clarity from the active transport team about exactly what alignments they're looking for, and I don't think that's their fault. I think that speaks to the fact that the council still doesn't seem to have its priorities sorted with this particular corridor. But again, because there's a few development sites along along Vulture Street, it'll be quite important for the council to start planning now for these separated bike lanes, because there's a few development sites there that are going to be redeveloped in the near future, and we need to make sure that we acquire enough footpath along the edges of those sites that we have the width to deliver separated bike lanes. Unfortunately, the administration made a mistake a few years ago in regards to some of those large student accommodation towers that went up near the train station in South Bank. The administration failed to get enough of a setback from the road to create the space for sufficiently wide footpaths and bike lanes. And now that's created a real choke point and a real barrier for the delivery of bike lanes through that South Bank stretch of Vulture Street. It's important that we don't make the same mistake along other stretches of Vulture Street, and that council acts now to set aside that corridor so we can deliver those bike lanes in the near future, particularly if the state government is now committing some level of funding to deliver all or part of that project. So like I said, I'll be asking Councillor Murphy questions about this in upcoming committee meetings, and I hope for a response on that front as soon as possible. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Sri. I think the tide's really going out. You're looking like you're doing rap dancing there for a second. Are there any further items of general business? There being no one raising their hands, can you please show your appreciation for the clerks who've come in to facilitate this meeting today? They've done an outstanding job to keep us online and functional, and I think they really need to be applauded for their efforts. Thank you, councillors. With that, call the meeting closed. Thank you. Dr.